What's up guys, my name is Tony from OxyCollections, and today I want to share with you my process of building a full website using Oxygen Builder. So we have this Rio project, a new website for a language school with a budget around $1,500. Yeah, it's not much because this client has a really tight budget and they don't even provide us a design to follow. So basically all what we have is this document with a new website structure and a link to an old website for us to copy their text, and also a new logo. That's it. So based on that, we have to come up with a new design and new website. And I have literally just 1 week to finish this task, but I haven't even started. So let's do it quickly. Okay, so let's have a look into our new structure. We have this homepage, about us page, careers, pricing, contact us, references, apply forms, lessons archive, and lesson detail. Alright, so for that we will need few custom post types. We will need lessons because we need to let them to be able to add their own lessons by themselves. Also we will need lectors, and so they can create their lectures and assign them to their lessons, and also feedback, so they can add their feedback from their students. Alright, so let's scroll back to our tools. As I said before, we are in a rush, so I'm going to use OxyCollections for design. Here you will be able to find pre-made blocks and designs, so you don't need to build like everything from scratch. So we will be able to save some time here. Also, I will need a grid builder for filtering our lessons. Then we will need ACF Pro for creating custom fields, and then of course we will need a custom post type UI to create our custom post types. And for the forms, I'm going to use free version of Fluentforms. And the last plugin will be Hydrogen, for us to be able to copy paste blocks from OxyCollections, but also it will save a lot of time when you want to copy from one page to another page. So that's why. Alright, yeah, and one more thing. Basically, when I'm building a new website, I usually use some CSS framework. I used to use OxyNinja, but now I am more into like automatic CSS because it gives me like more options and more control over my design. But in this project, I would like to demonstrate how you can build a full website like without like any framework, but still you can do it like very quickly. Alright, so let's get started. So I have this blank WordPress installed already with our plugins. We have here ACF Pro, custom post type UI, Fluentforms, Hydrogen pack, Oxygen, Grid Builder, and Grid Builder extension for Oxygen. Alright, so I will start with creating custom post types. So let's go here and let's add our first post type. And I will go with lessons first. So let's give it some slug, and a label will be lessons, single label will be lesson. And also I want this post type to have an archive, so I need to scroll down and to this option you need to set it to true. Okay, and that's it. Let's add this post type. Second one will be for lectors, so I'm going to create lectors, and for this one we won't need an archive, so just like this, it is okay. So I'm going to add post type. Okay, so we have now lessons and lectors. Also, we will need feedback custom post type. So I'm going to create feedback, and this one will be also without an archive. So let's just add this. Alright, so we have our 3 custom post types ready: lessons, lectors, and feedbacks. One more thing, I want to create custom taxonomies for lessons because I don't want to use the ones from post. So I'm going to create a custom one here with a custom post UI. So let's go to add taxonomies, and I'm going to call it lessons lessons categories. Okay, like this, and we need to just connect this taxonomy to our lessons post type by checking this option. And let's add our taxonomy. Okay, so let's check our lessons now. Right now we have an option to create, lessons categories. So yeah, next thing what I'm going to do is to create custom field for our our custom post type. So I'm going to have a look at our document, and let's scroll down to our custom post type. So we need custom fields for lessons, and there will be a location. Alright, for content we will use a native WordPress editor, so this is fine. Apply form, I think we are going to use this same apply form for all lessons, so this will be fixed, and we will be creating this inside the editor, so this is fine as well. Alright, so then we will need a photo gallery field for lessons. For feedback we will be using feedback custom post type, so this is also covered. And lectors, okay, language field, and so this one is duplicated, so I'm going to delete this one. Alright, and as for feedback and lectors, for feedback we will need just client's name and feedback text. And as for lectors, we are going to need lector name and lector like position or a field, and a lector image. Okay, so let's go back, and let's go to our custom fields. One more thing. Now if I have a look at our lectors, for example, and if I add a new lector, okay, what we are going to see is Gutenberg editor, and let me uncheck this option so we can see this panel. And if we want to set lector image, we can do it like with featured image here. Okay, but I want to to place all of the options in one place, so so clients can see it like right away, so he don't have to he doesn't have to go here and set the image here. Okay, so for that, first I need to go back to my custom post type UI. Let's go to our our types we have created. So let's go to lectors here, edit, and let's scroll down to these options. I want to disable featured image and editor because we won't need them. So let's do this and let's save it. And I'm going to do the same for feedback. Okay, so let's open feedback here and let's scroll down and disable featured image and editor. I will just leave a title, so we will use just a title for feedback for client's name. Okay, so let's save this, and now we can go to our ACF and let's start with feedback. So let's call it feedback fields, and we need to set post type to feedback, obviously, and I want to position it high after a title, so I'm going to select this, and let's add our field. So we have a title, so a title will act like a client's name. Okay, so what is left is to add a text field, so let's call it feedback text, and as for a field type, I'm going to select text text area. Okay, and that's it. Let's publish this fields group. Alright, so that's for our feedback. Let's have a look how it's look like now. Let's try to add a new one. See, so now you can just insert some client's name and feedback text here, and you don't have to to deal with like featured image on this sidebar. Okay, before creating some data, let's go back to our ACF and let's create our field for lectors. Okay, so let's call it lectors fields, and obviously post type will be lector, and position will be high after title. And so for lector we have a title, and the title will act like lector's name. Okay, so what is left is lector's image and lector's position. So let's start with the image, lector image. Okay, let's call it like this, and as for field type we will go with image. Okay, and don't forget to change this format to image URL. Okay, and a second field will be lector position, and I will use a text field type, so user can type their position. So this is fine, and publish. And the last post type which will need a custom fields will be our lesson. So let's call it lessons fields. Let's select our post type for lesson, position high after title. And so now we need, let's have a look again at our document, location. Okay, so for location I'm going to create new field. Let's call it lesson location, and as for field type, I believe we will need select type. So so user can select options, like, because there will be just one location from which he can choose. So let's go with this, and let's create a few choices like this, for example, New York and Prague, Saigon, for example. All right, this is fine. So it's our first field for lessons, and what will be a second one? Content is covered, photo gallery. So photo gallery, let's add our field, lesson gallery, and as for field type, it will be gallery. By the way, this field type is part of ACF Pro, so you need to have ACF Pro to have this option. So gallery, and I will leave it as it is like this for now, and let's create our next field, which will be language. Okay, so lesson language. I will also use select type. So, and as for choices, let's create few choices like English, Vietnamese, Czech, Spanish. Okay, this should be enough. And a last custom field will be photo lectors, and I want to connect, you know, our lectors from here to our lesson. So when you create a new lesson, you can like assign lectors to that lesson. So what we need to do, we need to create a field. Let's call it lesson lectors. And as for field type, we will need this one, yes, relationship field type. And now let's do few settings. First, let's filter by post type. So let's select our lesson post type. So, okay, so this will be applied to no, sorry, not lesson post type. We want to have lecture post type, obviously. And no taxonomies here. And as for filters for user to use, we just need a search, and let's disable post type and taxonomy. And as for featured image, we don't have like any for lectures because there we are using an custom field for image, so this is not needed to check. And that's it. That's all what we need for now for our lesson fields. So let's publish it. Alright, so that's all for our custom fields. Oh, wait. One more thing. I want to create, you know, if we go to lessons and lesson categories, like this, we can create a new category. I also want to create a custom field for these categories, so we will be able to add an image to this category. So for that, let's go back to ACF and add a new field. Let's call it lesson category image. Okay, and I'm going to copy it. And as for this option, you need to select taxonomy, and it should be equals to lessons category. Okay, and obviously position will be high after title, and a field type will be an image here. All right, and I believe we need to select, yes, a format to URL as well. Yes, URL, and let's publish it. Okay, so that's all for now for our custom fields. And now let's jump to a boring part, which is creating test data. So I'm going to create lessons, lectures, some feedbacks, and then we can jump on and create our pages. So I'm going to speed up this part so it won't get too bored for you guys. So we have our data ready. So now we can jump to a fun part. I'm going to start with Oxygen template. So let's go to Oxygen template. And basically let's create a new template for header and footer. So I'm going to put header and footer. Also don't forget to check this option to catch all pages. Publish. Okay, let's go to the editor. By the way, I'm working on my local, so let's hope the speed will be fast. So it's not that fast. Flexing on the competition. Not really, right? Alright, so we are inside the editor, and before we jump to our settings for global styles and etc., I want to create few variables for sizing and font and spacing. I want to save us some time for responsiveness. So I want to use some fluid typography and spacing. Alright, and for that I am going to create a new style sheet. I'm going to name it global, and for fluid typography and spacing I'm going to use this tool, and basically this tool is very simple to use. You just need to set a minimum of your viewport and a maximum. As for a minimum, I'm going to use 320 pixels. Yeah, sorry, by the way, we are going to use a RAM unit, okay, because I want to make this website more accessible for users. So that's why I'm going to use RAM units. And also for me to calculate like better, like from pixels to RAMs, so I'm going to write down this code, and I'm going to change our font size to 62.5%. Like this, we will have 1 RAM equals to 10 pixels. Okay, so like this I can calculate better from pixels to RAM. So for example, if we have 85 pixels, so that means it's 8.5 RAMs. Okay, so that's why we have this line. Okay, so let's jump back, and as for a maximum viewport here, I'm going to use 128 RAMs, which is 1280 pixels as for maximum viewport, and this maximum viewport should be the same as in our global settings here. Alright, so I'm going to do it now. I'm going to change it like this. Alright, so I'm going to jump back, and I want to have 6 levels of font sizes. Okay, I want to have from a smallest one, XS, to a biggest one, to XXL. So basically I'm going to start with for example with smallest one, and we need to set a range, from which font size on a smallest viewport to which font size on a biggest viewport. So then it will scale like automatically between those viewports, and it will scale from this minimum to this maximum. So I'm going to set 1 rem here for our smallest font size, and it will scale to 1.3 rems, which is 13 pixels, by the way. And yeah, and that's it. So you need to scroll down, and here is our magic code. So I'm going to copy this clamp code, and let's copy it, and let's go back to our style sheet global. And first I'm going to write down our root selector. Inside this root selector I will put our variables for font sizes and spacing. Like with this selector, you can you can like target all of your elements on your website, so then you can like reuse all of your variables you have created here. So I'm going to start with our smallest one, so it will be text XXS, okay, sorry, XXS, and as for its value, I'm going to paste our code here. Alright, so like this you can create bigger and bigger font, and I have prepared this code beforehand, so I'm going to just copy it from my file here. So I'm going to copy, and let's go back. So I'm going to replay this one. So what we have here, as I said, I have 6 levels of font sizes for typography, and 6 levels of spacing for us to use, like for paddings and margins, for example. Okay, and that's for typography and spacing. Okay, so basically like this we can jump to our Oxygen settings, and I'm going to headings, and I want to I'm going to delete all of this default sizes, okay, from our settings. Why I'm doing this? Because I want to set those sizes here in our style sheet, so I will have like all the settings in one place. Okay, but you are free to use like these settings from Oxygen. You can just set a font size here as well. So you just need to switch this to none and write down the variable for h1 heading. So it will be like var and it will be text XXL for largest heading. Okay, so like this you can like input for all of these sizes, but I'm not going to do that because I want to do it here later. So let's switch it back. Also, let's go to our body text, and the same thing, let's delete a font size and a color as well. And I believe that's all for font sizes. Let's go to our sections and columns. So now I'm going to use our fluid spacing. So as for paddings of section container, I'm going to use our biggest space. So it will be var space XXL, and I'm going to just apply it to all. Wait, I cannot do that. Why is that? I'm not sure. So let's just copy this and paste it here. And as for left and right padding, I'm going to use our space m variable. So let's paste this and change it to space m, copy, and place it here as well. Okay, that's for our section, and I'm going to do the same for columns. Seems like I cannot apply this to all of these fields. Not sure why. So that's for our sections and columns padding. Then what we have left here? Oh, fonts. So I'm going to change the fonts. We have this font Signica, which they use for for their logo. So I'm going to use this as well, Signica. And let's select our font weight. For a text font, I will need just a regular one. Okay. Or maybe I'm going to use, I will need 600 as well. So just check this as well. And as for display font, I will need for sure bold one and maybe this one as well. All right, that's for fonts. And what is left here? Links. Yes, also for links. I'm going to now I'm going to delete our default color for our links, because I'm going to set it here also in our style sheets. So let's delete it here from here. And now the last thing what I want to do is to go to our colors. Now we don't have like any color here, and I want to have a look at our old website. Okay, and I want to check their color here. So they have basically they have this green blue color, and which is their primary color, and then they have just black for text and white for background, so it's pretty common. So I'm going to inspect this primary color. So let's go and inspect this color, which one it is. Okay, so it's this one. Let's sorry, when I'm using Chrome, so if I click on this box, you see like this, I can play around with this color, and as you can see, this color has a contrast ratio 3.36, which is not ideal, because if I click on this, we need at least 4.5 contrast ratio, because when people with eye problem come to visit your website and you have a lower contrast ratio, they will have problem with reading your text. So I want to increase this contrast to at least 4.5. So you need to drag this circle to this part. So I'm going to drag it down here like this. All right. So we have 4.58, which is fine. So at least this. So this is a first change what I want to do, and then I'm going to copy this hex color code. Okay, and I'm going to use this tool for creating shades. This tool is pretty amazing. So let's paste our color here. As you can see, it it creates a few shades for us to use, and it is each shade is by 10% lighter or darker, and you can set those steps here. You can set like by 20%, for example. All right, but I want to have it by 10%, which is fine for me. All right, and I want to copy our primary color, which is at 0%. So let's copy it and go back to Oxygen, and I'm going to add our first color. I'm going to call it primary and paste the code here. Also, I will need lightest one, which is this one, 90%. Copy and go back. I'm going to call it primary light 10, and oh, not this one. I'm going to need also a dark version of this color, basically for headings and text. So I'm thinking about 70% or 80% here. Maybe 80% will be better. So let's copy this and call it primary dark. Alright, I will also need white color, so I'm going to create a white color as well, and same for black if you need a black one. Oh, so this is a white, so black. And I think that we will need some light gray color as well, so we can create, you know, something like this, light gray, and I believe F7 should be fine. Alright, so as for colors, this should be enough for now. So we have like primary light, primary dark, white, black, and light gray. Oh, I forgot to give primary dark a number, but no, it's fine. Let's go to our style sheets. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to create variables for our colors as well. Okay, here I'm going to create a new line, colors, and I want to create first a variable for primary color, and you can use this to target our colors in this panel. So basically just type color, and inside this put an ID of your color you want to target. So this is color with ID 1, so let's select 1. So like this, our primary color will be this one, okay? And like whenever you change this color from this panel, it will be changed here as well. So it's like, you know, it's connected like this. So I'm going to create, you know, the rest, primary light 10 for, alright, oh, just light, I think it's enough for us. Color 2, then it will be primary dark, color 3, and then we have white, color 4, and then we have black, color 5, and the last one will be light gray, which is color 6. Alright, so that's for our colors for now. This should be enough, okay? If not, we can create more colors later. So what is left to do? Let's scroll down. So we have our colors, we have variables for typography, we have variables for spacing. Now I am going to write a few more lines for our body. I want to target, you know, over the content. I want to set a background for our body. Okay, background color. All right, and it's simple. I'm going to use white color. So I'm going to place this variable. And why is this a good thing? Basically, if you have, you know, a dark theme, for example, if I have, you know, a dark theme, I will use this one, for example. And whenever you create a new section, you don't have to set, you know, its background, you know, so it will be black by default. And like whenever you need something different, you just need to set for that section like separately, so you don't have to do like for all of sections. But so like this, you have this this shortcut. So let's change it to white, and also I will do the same for color of our font, so of our text. So I'm going to set it to our primary dark. So let's go and use this var primary dark. So like whenever you add a new text field or new text block, you don't need to set a color for it, because it will have this color by default. So like this we can save some time. And also I'm going to set a default size for our text. So font size will be our text M. Okay, so var text M, and that's for our body. Let's and now I want to do settings for our headings. So let's start with all of them. We have H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. All right. And what I want to do, I want to set a font weight for all of them to 700. Okay, so all of them will have this by default. Also, I want to set a color for them. As we have a white background, I want to set something dark, so it will be our primary dark color. So by default, they will have this color. Also, I want to set by default a line height for them, and something around 1.2. All right. And what is the last thing? What we need to do is to set font sizes for all of them. So let's start with H1 first. So we need a font size, and it will be the big one, the biggest one. So it is big text XXL. So it will be var text XXL, and I'm going to copy this and paste it 6 times. All right, so we have H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and at last H6. And let's change the vars as well. So XL, L, M, S, and XS. All right. Yes, that's for our headings. We have oh, one more thing, we need to set our links as well, because I have deleted links color from this setting. So we need to set our links as well. So it's this font, this tag A, and what I want to set its color. So, and I want I want them to have by default also a primary dark color. So let's use our primary dark color, and I want to set also a hover effect to our links by default as well. So let's go with A, and we need to set a hover state. And as for color, I want to use our primary color. So var primary. All right. Oh, also I want to set some transition. So when you hover a link, it will have some transition. So let's use like 0.3 seconds. All right. So that's for our global settings for now, and I think this should be enough for us, to start creating our pages. I can go far and create something for layouts, like some grids, but I think this is that will be like too much work, and for that we can use some framework like OxyNinja or automatic CSS. But we are doing now a version without any framework, and I think with this we are like ready to go, and yeah, so let's start. We are now in our template for header and footer. So now I'm going to import a design for header and footer from OxyCollections. So let's jump to our website. So I'm logged in into my account, and let's go to blocks, and I'm looking for headers, so let's use this filter. I have picked this header with dynamic menu and off canvas for mobile. So let's open this block. So yes, so this is how it looks like. We have some drop down, and on mobile we have some off canvas with a drop down as well. So this is fine for me. I'm going to copy a vanilla version because we are not using automatics or Oxy Ninja. So let's click on copy, and let's go back to our Oxygen editor. Here I'm going to paste it. Yeah, and by the way, you need to have hydrogen pack to, or hydrogen paste to be able to paste this block. So I am going to use a shortcut key, Ctrl V. Alright, so like this we have our header, and before doing like anything, I'm going to check this code block with a name block settings. That's a first thing what you should do when you import a block from OxyCollections. If there is no block settings, okay, so you just go and check the divs and sections. But if there is a block settings, go there first. If and look at the settings, what you can do. And the settings are usually in CSS section here. So let's go there. You can see that you have also some instructions, so you can follow them. Let me scroll down to this part with variables. So like this you can have some control over this element, this header. We can see that we can change something to header, to menu links, to off canvas. Alright, so that's good to know. And now what I want to change, like first I want to change color of this header and this top bar, and I want to also change all of the spacings and the link sizes to our fluid typography and fluid spacing as well. So let's do that. First, let's start with the color of this bar. Let's go to block settings. If there is a setting for this color, we have header, shadow, line color, menu links, off canvas, menu links. Seems like not. Okay, so now you can see that there is not a setting for this color. So let's just click on this section. Now we have this section highlighted as this header, and let's check its class. You can see that we have a black color here. So I want to change it. I want to use something like our primary dark color. So I'm going to write it down. Our variable dark. Yes, okay. And also a top bar. I want to change its color to our, let's select class, to our primary light color. So let's use our primary light. Yes, that's much better. And now let's check this link. We have some link here for email. Let's click on it. So this one has no settings, so it should be all under this link wrapper, right? Alright, so we have some classes here. Like basically, if I check this class inline, so it's a class for layout. They set flex to rows, and we have then a class for gap with some gap, and then we have a class with a link dark, which is settings for you to have a black link with some hover state, yes, with some color. Okay, so now I can say that we can delete this link dark class, because we have by default our links set in our style sheet. So if I delete this link dark class, now we have by default our links with a color of our primary dark, and if I hover over it, it will change to our primary. See, right? Yes. So it changes to our primary, which is cool. So yes, what I'm going to do here, I think I can keep those those classes, but I'm going to do few changes. So we will be using a lot of blocks from OxyCollections, and the thing is that they are individual blocks, so they each have different classes and different like prefix for those classes. So I want to like unify and to make it all like consistent for this website. So I'm going to create my own prefix for this project. So I will go with, for example, OC, and let's add some letter. We have this language school, so it will be like L, for example, so like OxyCollections and language. So this is my prefix for my classes, and then I think I will go and wrap those two classes into one, so we don't need like those two. So I'm going to call it, for example, OCL icon wrapper. Okay, like this, and I'm going to copy this inline class to our new class icon wrapper. Okay, so now it has layout settings from this inline class. I'm going to delete it, and first, before we go to delete this gap as well, let's check it out. Alright, so this is just a setting for a gap, right? Yes. I think I'm going to keep this class, so we can use it like later for other like elements, and we can like repeat this class, and after we change, so then you can just change value from this class, and it will like apply to all of the elements which has this class. So I'm going to keep this class, but I'm going to change its prefix to our new one. So it will be OCL gap, and a size will be S. Okay, S, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to remove the old one. Now let's have a look what we have here. We have something in custom CSS which is grid gap 16 pixels. I think that we don't need this one, so I'm going to delete this custom CSS, because now we are working on Oxygen 4.0, so we don't need to write it in CSS. We just need to set it here, our gap. So, and I'm going to use our fluid spacing, so it will be var, let's go with space S. Okay, cool. So, and I'm going to do the same for this as well. Let's click on our, so we have email here, and then we have socials, and let's check. So we have the old class like inline, so let's delete it, and let's use our new one, OCL icon wrapper. Alright, and as for gap, I'm going to delete the old one, and I'm going to use also a new one. Perfect. And the links seems to have an orange hover color, which should be, its setting should be somewhere here. Yes, so each link has a class link dark, which we know that it has this orange color. So we are going just to delete this class for all of our link wrapper, and it should be fine for now. Yes. All right. Now, yes, here I'm going to insert our logo. I'm going to add an image. Let's check it out. Okay, where is this? Oh, I see that we have just a dark version, but I swear that I have somewhere a white version as well. Alright, so no worries. Let's just use our text logo for now. Let's go back. So I'm going to use text logo for now. Language school. Alright, and as for menu, let's try and hover. Alright, so we have some color here on hover, and let's go to our block settings now. Let's check if there is setting for font sizes and color hover. So we have menu links. Menu link size 16 pixels. Okay, so I want it to be our text M variable. So let's change it like this. Menu link color white, which is fine for me. Menu link hover color cyan. Okay, let's change it to our primary color. Let's see. Yes, but for me it's quite dark and the contrast is not good, but let's leave it for now. I think this is pretty good. So let's go back to settings. So let's do the same for the rest. So we have like menu link and active color. So let's do the same and use our primary color. Submenu links size. We have 14. Oh, I think they forget a pixel. So 14 pixels. I want to use our text as size. And as for menu submenu background, I want to use primary dark. Okay. As for off canvas width, I'm fine with this. Off canvas background, let's change it to primary dark as well. We have some close icon. Okay. Oh, so we have different menu link size in and off canvas, so I can change it to something else like text L. Okay. Menu link colors white is fine for me. Okay, so hover color will be the same as here, so let's just copy and paste it here for active and for hover state. Off canvas submenu link size, so text M for me. Submenu background, this is white but just with a transparent of 10%, which is fine for me. I think I will stick with this. And what we have here? We have we have a custom scroll bar for off canvas. If you have a lot of links, it will have an overflow, and then you will need a scroll bar. And I think I'm fine with this setting, so this is okay for me. So we have basically a font size and hover state for our header. If I check it on mobile phone, oh, one more thing, I want to change this hamburger. So let's go back to our block settings. Let's check if there is a setting for that as well. Should be right. Header. Okay, we have a burger line color. So I want it to be primary. Oh, need to write it in var, right? Primary. And this I want to be, this burger background color will be primary light. Yes, perfect. So let's try click on it. Yes, now we have our off canvas, which is fine. All right. So I believe like this we have our header ready, and we can go to the next part, which is adding an inner content for our content. And this is a new thing in Oxygen 4.0. We can set HTML tag for our inner content here. So let's set it to main. This is very important for better SEO and search engines. And you can notice that this header wrapper has a header tag, so which is correct. Now I want to have a footer. So let's go to OxyCollections and let's check what we have here. I'm going to select a footer. First, let's go back to our old website. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say 6 columns. So let's go with something with 6 columns or similar, like 5 or 6. So we have 5 columns, 6 columns. Okay, 6 columns. This is fine, and it has even a call to action. So that's good thing. Let's copy it, vanilla version, and let's paste it here. Alright, first thing, let's check in our HTML tag, which is footer. So this is fine. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to inspect its structure. Okay, we have main section, which is this top one, and a bottom section, which is this bottom part. Alright, so let's start with our call to action. Okay, so it should be inside this main section. If I click on this call to action, yes, so it's inside this one. So we have some settings here. First, I want to start with colors. Let's change the background. So it's a gradient, so let's go to advanced background, and should be here inside gradient. Yes, so now I want to use our primary dark here. Okay, and for this part I want to use our primary color, like this. Yes, this is nice, and that's for our background. Right now I want to go and to specify our font sizes. Let's check this heading. So we have this heading. Okay, so it has you know some font sizes. So this one is H3 tag. It has H3 tag, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to use our Weber for here, text L. Okay, and let's check what they have more here. Okay, nothing else. All right. Oh, by the way, this font weight, I would change it to 600. Okay, and looks like we have some settings for smallest viewport as well. Yes, for a font size, so I'm going to just delete it. We don't need that now. And let's go and do the same for the rest. So we have this text, footer, check text. So if I change this, it will apply to the rest as well. So let's change it to yes. As a color, I'm fine with the white color. As a font size for icons, I'm fine. And what about the spacing, you know, the gap here? Do they have some gap here? It should be in CSS, right? Yes, so they have this in CSS. I'm going to remove it, and I'm going to create a gap here. So let's call it space like this, or we can use our class OCL gap, right? So it depends. Okay, so we have our gap, and I believe there is also some gap here as well for this div with our icons and this text. Footer checklist, and let's go to custom CSS. Yes, also there's, so let's remove it and go back to gap space S. Okay, same as here. Now let's go to our buttons. I want to change these buttons, but one thing, let's decide on how our buttons will look like. I want them to be like this, but let's just change the color. But first, if I open this button, I can see that it has two classes. One is icon button, which is for a layouting, like we have some spacing for padding, and we have some some gap here, we have some borders, and the second class is for like background and typography. I want to unify those two classes to one, and also I want to create a new class which with our new prefix OCL. So let's create our main button first. Okay, so this one will be a main button, so let's call it OCL button, and it will be main. All right, and I'm going to copy this class to our new class, and now I can remove the old one. And also let's check our old class. Okay, we have setting for background, all right, for typography, and for, I believe, for borders. All right, and that's it. So now we can remove it. If I remove it, you can see that some stylings went off. Okay, so let's select our button. Now what I'm going to do first, let's go to size and spacing. Let's use our fluid spacing. For padding, I'm going to use XS. First, let's apply to all, and left padding will be like M, bottom will be XS, and right will be M. Alright, then we have some border. Okay, for radius, this is okay for me. I will keep it. Maybe we can use, no, it's fine like this. And as for custom CSS, okay, I'm going to remove this gap in CSS, and let's put it here. So space S, maybe too much, XS. Okay, and what else? We need a background for it. I want to use something like primary dark. Let's try it. Okay, this is wood. And also, as for borders, I want to have a border with color of primary dark as well. And as for width, let's go with 1 pixel, and it will be solid. Okay, that's for our border. And let's go to typography. First, color will be let's go with we can use a variable for our white color, or you can set just a white color here like this, white color. And font size, I'm going to use our text M. Okay, font weight, let's go with 600. Let's make a little bit letter spacing. All right, that's font size. Okay, so what about our hover state? For now we have nothing, right? What I want to change for hover state of our main button. Oh, you can see that when I hover this button, the text of this button changed to our primary color. It's because of our our global settings in our style sheets. So if you like this, you can leave it like this, and we are fine. And you can also see that if I touch it, this button, this arrow will move to the right. It's because we have these settings. Like when we hover this button, it will target this icon, and it will move it. Yes, move it to the right by 5 pixels. So I think I'm going to keep that. And as for icon, I think this is fine for me as well. Okay, so that's our main button. This will be our second button, our alternative button. Okay, so I'm going to call it OCL out, sorry, not out, button, like this, sorry, button out. Okay, and I'm going to basically use the same, but I'm going to change a different hover color for this text. So first I'm going to just delete the old classes. Okay, so now it's pretty ugly, and I'm going to use our main button class, so I can copy, you know, this settings to our out button. Now I can remove our main button class, and let's just change few things. First, I want to have transparent background. That's the first thing. Second thing, I want to use white. Okay, what's happening? Oh, okay. I want to use white color for borders. So let's use this. And as for text, when I hover it, I want it to be maybe primary dark. We have typography. Let's check it. So if I go to hover, let's write it down, primary dark. Yes. So let's go back, original. Yes, this is good. This is good for me. So like this, we have our main button and our alternative button here. Okay, and let's go to the next part. We have our call to action, and let's go to this part, to our container. We have also a logo, but I don't have, you know, I don't have a light logo for now, so I am going to skip this part and go to container. In this container, let's select its class. We have some grid. I'm going to leave it like this. Let's check it how it's on smaller viewport. Okay. Oh, see, we have some gap here on small screen. We can use, you know, our variable space. Let's go with L or XL. Okay. What about mobile? Okay, so let's just delete this one, and it will like inherit, you know, the one from before, right? Or not? Wait, I don't think it is like inheriting, you know, this variable. Let's just paste it here. Wait a second. This is pretty weird. Okay, so alright, so now it seems it's okay. Alright, so that's for our spacing, and let's check what we have here. Size and spacing. We have some padding here, so we can use our variable as well, space as, and for this I'm going to use XL or XXL. Okay, maybe XL is enough, right? Let's check if we have something here. No, nothing. All right. And as for a color, I want to change this blue color. So if I click on this, it will select this main section, and let's see, we have here some footer section and a color here. So let's change it to our primary dark color. This is better. And about the text, let's go to footer heading. This, okay, this is not bad. Let's try and use our light gray color. I want to see how it's okay. It's almost like a white one, but it's fine. Let's change its font size to text S. Do we have some settings here? No, nothing. All right. And about the links, let's click on this div. So this is the div for the links, and I can see that there is a gap for those links as well. So I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to use a gap here. So, and let's use the smallest one, space XS. Alright, that's for our links. And as for our text, we have, yes, this is fine. We have some, yeah, for font size, let's set it to text M, and we have some hover color here. Okay, so I'm going to just delete it, and now it will be our primary color. Yes, perfect. What else? Yes, we have some spacing between heading and our link container. I think it is in this card div. If I click on it, it should be somewhere in CSS here, a gap, right? Yes. So I'm going to delete it. So see, so now our gap is gone. So let's set it again here as a var space s. Nice. Okay, and the last thing, the bottom section. Let's click on it. First, I'm going to change the background. I want something like, let's go with a black color. Okay, and what we have on a mobile here? We have some settings for layout, which is fine. Typography, okay, it's fine. So nothing important. So I'm going to just change the font size here to our text as, and maybe the same here to these. Oh, we have some different hover color here. So first start with font size, and let's just delete this one, and it will be, yes, our primary color. Perfect. And what else? Let's check its responsiveness. Alright, this is fine for me. Okay, I think those headings are not so good in my opinion. So I'm going to change the color. I think the one before was better. So wait, the one before, I think it was, yes, this one, right? It was like 70. Oh man, like this. Yes, this is fine. Okay, and oh, one more thing, we have some white color here as well. So if I go to footer class here, we can see that it has white background color. I can just delete this, so it will like inherit a setting for style sheets, so it will be white as well. So let's just save it, and yeah, so that's our header and footer template. Let's go back to our admin, and oh wait, I can see that. Okay, let's just sign our shortcode, as they say. Completed and CSS cache. Alright, completed. So let's go to our pages, and let's start with our home page. I'm going to delete these pages, and let's create our home page. Okay, publish. Let's open it, and let's jump to OxyCollections, and let's look for some hero section, or at least I think that there should be something. First, go back to our document, and let's see what we need. We need, yes, homepage. We need intro hero section with some image slider and tags. Alright, and then 4 columns for company values. Alright, so OxyCollections hero section. I think I have created, or we have created this one for this purpose, right? Yes, this should be fine. This is a slider as well. Alright, so let's copy this block, and let's just paste it here. So we have our hero section. Let's see, we have some code block here, but I don't think this is a settings for it. This is just, you know, some JavaScript, and yes, so let's leave it. And what we need to change here, I want to change font sizes and styling for fonts. So let's start with these text. We have some some tagline here with some color. So basically I can use this tag, I can use this class. So let's just create a new prefix like tagline. Okay, and I'm going to copy the styles from the old class to a new one, and let's remove the old one, and let's change its size to a smallest, which is text XS. Alright, font weight 700, which is fine. It has some color. I think I'm going to, you know, to remove this color, so then we can use separate class to style our tagline. So, you know, like when you are here, you will need like something light, so it will be OCL text. Let's say light or white. I'm going with white. Okay, and text color will be white, like this. And when we are something else, we need like something different, like text dark or text accent. We can create a new class for that. Okay, so yeah, we have our tagline and then our heading. Let's check its class. Intro heading. So this intro heading, I'm not going to create a new class for it because, or maybe yes, I'm going to create a class with our prefix. So OCL intro heading. Okay, and I'm going to just copy this to this and remove it, the old one. So as I said, I will keep this class, but when we go to next blocks, and when we have like headings like, you know, like H2, H3, I'm going to create some like general class for them, like OCL H1, OCL H2, so we can like reuse them later on other pages. But this intro heading is special because it's like bigger, so I'm going to keep this special class. And okay, and as for font size, I'm going to use our fluid typography, biggest one, which is not that big. Okay, but I want it to be bigger, but still I want to keep the fluidness. So what we can use calculate function here. So just type calc and wrap this inside this, and now we can multiply this text XL by a number we want. I want to make bigger by by a half, or 1.6 maybe. Yes, 1.6 is good, or 5, like this. Okay, so like this our text will scale automatically as well. Okay, let's check the small viewport. Yeah, so we have some thing here as well, so let's just delete it, and the same for mobile. Okay, next will be this text. Let's check its setting. Wait, oh here, sorry. Yes, so we have just a class for white text, so I'm going to remove it. I'm going to use our new class OCL text white, so it's a white, and you can see that we don't need to set its size because it has a size by default from our style sheet, so it's fine. As for button, now we know that we have our main and out button, so I can just, you know, remove its styling, and I can use our class for that. We have OCL button, and we can use main or out. I think the out one will be better, but let's try the main one. Okay, this is too dark. I think this is not good. So let's use this one. Alright, so one more thing. I want to have a different hover here for just for this section, and we know that if I hover this out button, it will have this dark text. So what we can do, basically I am just going to an ID, because I know that this won't be too often, so I'm going to ID. So I'm going to go to typography, to hover, and I'm going to change its colors to something lighter, like primary. Let me see. Yes, or primary light. Yes, okay, that's fine. So like this, we have. Oh wait, I'm thinking, if we have this white button, and this white button will be always on a dark background, so it doesn't make sense for us to have these settings. So first, let me just delete this hover state, and let's go back to our class. We have a hover state where we have a primary dark color for this white button usually on a dark background, which doesn't make sense. So I made a mistake here. I made it based on this section where we have a light background. So let's do a change. Let's use something else. Let's use, for example, our primary, not primary, let's use, or primary but light. Alright, this should be okay for us. So let's see. Yes, this is fine for me. Alright, so that's our text. Let's check the spacing. I think we have some gap here. Yes, there is some gap. So, and some max width, which I'm fine with, so I'm going to keep that gap. So let's use our space M. Alright, and this is our first slide, by the way. So as you can see, we have this slider div, and under this slider we have a slider wrapper, and then we have our two slides, and we just did settings for our first slide. So I don't want to repeat myself, so I'm going just to duplicate this slide, go to our last slide and copy a link of that image, and go back to our second slide and paste the link here, and now I can remove a third one, and then we can change the content here as well, but I'm not going to do that for now, maybe later. So that's for our slider. Now we have our services, which are those 4 columns. Okay, so let's check it. We have this class with some size and spacing. Okay, and what about smaller screens? What we have here? Nothing. Okay, so some padding in pixels, so we can use our var here as well to make it consistent. Okay, let's go back. Now let's open this service section. We have some container with grid, which is fine. Let's check the settings for smaller. Gap 0. Okay, so there is no gap here. Alright, so what I want to change, first let's go with the headings. We have our service title. Okay, font size 24 pixels. Let's change it to text L. Font weight is okay for me, and this text has just a white color, so nothing to change here. And as for a gap, let's check for our gap. Let's click on this card and check its class. We have 16 pixels class. Okay, so let's change it to space S. You can see that we have some background settings in our ID. So let's open the ID, because each div has a different color. So that's why we are using an ID here. So we have like basically this color. I think I'm going to use something else. I'm going to use, you know, our primary color, but with some transparent, like 60, right? Oh, I'm going to just type it. This is 60, and this one, let's go and change it as well. Also our primary. Oh, maybe this could be our primary dark, but 60. Okay, this will be our primary, but 60. Okay, and this could be, oh, maybe this is fine. I'm going to keep this color. Okay. Alright, and you can notice that if we go to a second viewport, it will be wrapped under this section, and it won't be inside this section. And those colors are full and not transparent, so we can change those colors as well. So let's go to this div, for example, and they are also styled via the ID. So let's go to background. Now we can use our variables with full colors. So I'm going to use our primary dark here. Here I'm going to use just a primary, and for this I think this is fine for me as well. So we have this and that. Let's check it on mobile. Yes, this is fine for me. Alright, what about the spacing, this white space? Something here. Yes, okay, we have this done before. Yes, so this is our first section. What we have there. So this is our intro hero section with our image slider. Okay, and also our 4 columns for company values, which are those 4 colors. Okay, then we need lesson categories. Well, I want to display on this new section dynamically our categories we have created here in our lessons. If I check it here, I want to display them. So let's start and let's add our heading. I'm going to give it h2 tag, and just as you can see, I don't need to give it some font size or font weight or color, because we have it all done with our style sheet. So I'm going to just like rename it, so it will be our categories, for example. Okay, and I want this section to be centered. I think I don't want to use a class for centering the elements. I'm going to just to use the ID. So let's go and center it. Okay, And all right. Oh, by the way, in case you need this heading bigger, you can add, a new class. Let's go and try it. Let's go and write it down. We have OCF, and let's create a class for our biggest font size. It will be text XXL. Okay, and it will has biggest font size. Like this, we can like reuse it later. Like this, we have a H2 tag, but we have a font size of the same as for H1 tag, which is very convenient, right? Okay. Now, what I want to add, I want to add some subtitle as well here. Cool subtitle. Okay, we have already a tag for this. We have, which is tagline. So I'm going to use it. OCL tagline, right? And as for color, I want to use primary color. So let's create a new class for that. We have OCL text white. I'm going to use text primary, and we need to set our color here, var primary. Okay, so now it's in this color. Okay, maybe I need some margin bottom for this. And now I'm also going to create a class for that as well. I'm going to call it OCL margin bottom, and it will be XS for a smallest smallest margin. So space XS. Like this, later when we build more pages for this website, we can like reuse those classes we have created here. Okay, so we have this, and let's go to our categories. So we have also for this one, I want to add a margin, but bigger one. So OCL margin bottom L, and here let's set our space L. All right. Okay. Now we need our categories for lessons, but we don't. We cannot use a repeater for that, because repeater is just for querying querying post types. But our categories are taxonomies, so we need a code block for that. Okay, I'm going to insert a code block, and I have this code ready beforehand. I'm going to just copy it, and okay, like this, and go back. And because I'm not a programmer, but I'm rather a designer, so I will just give just a brief explanation for this code. By the way, I paid some dev to create this code for me. So let's try and dig deep into this code. So basically, this code will query my taxonomy. What I need to change is this this name for my taxonomy, which I believe, if I go back to our custom post type and to our taxonomies. So let's go to our taxonomies. You can see that it's lessons underscore categories. So let's just use this and write the same here. So we have lessons categories. Okay, and now let's just try and apply our code. Cool. So now you can see that we have our taxonomies here like ready, but I want to go more. I want to add also our image of those categories. So let's scroll down. We have some get field which will apply to our ACF. So I want to get our image field from our ACF we have created. So what we need to go to our ACF and check what is the name of that field. So it's a lesson category image, and I believe, yes, it's this name. Let's just copy it, go back, and in this line get field, just paste it here. Now let's try and paste and apply our code. Nothing happened. Okay, I think it's an issue of this setting. We need to change, I think, the format to image ID, I believe. So let's update this. Now let's go back and apply our code again. Perfect. So now we have our images of our categories. Okay. Last thing, now I need to style these categories, and before doing that, I'm going to give those divs some classes. So first, the div which is wrapping all of those categories is this one, this wrapper. I'm going to change it to OCL cat wrapper. Okay, for example. Then we have a div which wraps a category itself with the name and image. So I think it's this one. So I'm going to use beam technique to give a name to classes. So it's pretty simple. We have this parent, so just copy it and paste it like this. And for a children div, let's use this same as parent and then double underscore, and it will be OCL cat wrapper, and under this div we will have our cat let's say container or box. I will go with box. Okay, whatever. Then I need to give some class to our heading as well, so we can change the font size. So I'm going to copy this class, and let's find our headings. It's here. We have h3 tag, which is fine for me. Maybe we can change it to h4. And as for class, we have, so let's paste the one here and let's change it to cat name. Okay, so like this our classes are ready, and let's go and style them. The structure is in a code block, we cannot use a native WordPress settings, so we need to write down our code. So let's go to CSS section. So we have our main wrapper. So what I want to do, I want to set it to display as a flex. Okay, and also I want to set a flex direction to row. Okay, so and last thing I'm going to give it a width of 100%. All right. Then what I need to do, I need to target category div, which is get box. Okay, let's try and target it. So I want to set a display to flex as well, and direction will be the same. Okay, but somehow the text is not wrapping the way we want to a row. So let's save and let's have a look what is going on over there. So okay, something is going on over here. So let's just hover on something. So let's make this bigger. So what we have here, we have our OCL cat wrapper, which is the main div. Then we have our cat box, and you can see that we have our CSS here, but it is not wrapping the way we want. Maybe let's open this. All right, okay, I see the problem. So inside this div, we also have a link wrapper as well. So we need to target not this div, but this link wrapper. So if I go back, and instead of targeting our cat box, if I target this, see now it is wrapping the way we want. So this is cool. And what else? Now I want to resize the images. Okay. So I'm going to go back and let's see what we have here. We have a link wrapper, and under this link wrapper we have an image. So let's go back and let's just grab this class and paste it here like this, and write image, and let's go with width around 70 pixels, high 70 pixels. Alright, and don't forget to use object fit cover so our images won't be stretched. Okay. Oh, one more thing before going to next step. Let's go back to our wrapper. I want to use flex wrap as well. Like this, it will wrap our categories out like automatically. So if we will have more categories and it will like reach our maximum width, it will breaks automatically into a next column. Okay, so this is a cool feature. And let's go back to our images. So now we have this. Let's give it more styling. Okay, first to our box, I want to have some padding. Let's use some paddings with space S or XS. S is fine for me, I think. And I want to have some box shadow as well. So let's try this. And for shadow, I'm going to use RGBA color. So this is for black color with transparent, like 10%, let's say. And I need to spread a shadow more, so I'm going to use 30, maybe a little bit less than, so like this is fine, I believe. And also I want to use some border radius around 7 pixels. Okay. And also I want to use the same for image, so it will match with each other. And now I want to add some gap to our categories. So let's go to our main wrapper and let's add some gap, and it will be space M, I believe. All right. And also I want to give some gap to our category, like between image and heading. Okay, so let's go here and gap var space S should be fine. All right. And now I want to align this text with image, so they will be in the center. So let's go back to this, and I think it is align items center. Okay, cool. Yeah, one more thing, I want to align my categories to the center as well. So let's go to our wrapper and justify content to center. Perfect. So now they will be centered. And last thing, let's target our heading. So it's this class, and it get name. I want to change its font size to text L. No, that's too big. Text M. And font weight to 600. Alright, so let's save it. Let's have a look how it looks like. Okay, so I think this is pretty fine by me. If you want it to be more fancy, we can add, you know, some hover states for those box. Like if you hover, maybe we can go and make some hover state, right? So for this box, first let's add some transition, like 4 seconds. And now what we want to do, let's copy this and add a hover state. I want to add some change to a box shadow, so let's copy this box shadow part, paste it here. I want to spread it a little more and give it some dents to it. Let's say 12, 15. Let's try 15. Let's save it and let's see now. Yes, now you can see that there is some change when you hover over those categories. So like this, it's fine. I'm thinking maybe I'm thinking about making those images bigger and make the space small. So let's go back, space of our padding to XS, and images fonts images size to 85. Let's see. Yes, this is fine, right? Yes, I think this is okay for now. So we have our categories, and the good thing is it is responsive, like, you know. Yes, so it is like wrapping on its own. Or maybe I'm going to bring back, you know, the padding. This is like too small for me, so I think I'm going to bring it back. And as for image, I'm going to use something small, like 75. Some compromise here. Yes, okay. So as we make it smaller and smaller, it will wrap like this by itself. And if we check it on mobile, okay, so this is pretty chaotic. I want to make it a little bit different on mobile, so let's go back and let's go to mobile. I want to make it 100% width. So here, let's set our breakpoint to, let's target it with a max width of our smallest viewport, which is 480. So let's use 479 pixels, and let's set it for this cat box link wrapper, and let's try and give it a width of 100%. Okay, nothing is happening because we need to also to target a div upper this link wrapper, which is this one. So let's give it a same styling with 100%. This is fine, right? But I cannot see a change. We have max. Yeah, I can see we have a typo here. This is supposed to be a width. Okay, so now you can see the change. So now I think it's perfect for the mobile. Let's save it. So what we have next? we have this lesson categories, then we have selected lessons. So now I'm going to create a lessons section, and let's have a look at OxyCollections, and I want some content. I think this one is perfect. 3 columns, product or service cards. So let's go to this one, and I'm just going to copy this block and go back to our editor. I'm going to paste it. Alright, so there are a few things what I want to change. First, the background. First, let's have a look at this block. It doesn't have any block settings, which is fine. So let's just start with this section and let's have a look at their classes. So we have this for centering, the layout, and this for background. So I believe we can delete both of these classes, and let's for centering our content, I'm just going to use a section ID for it. So this is fine for me. And as for background, I'm going to use our new class with our new prefix OCL background, and let's go with primary light. Okay, and as for our background color, we have set our primary light variable here, but if you are free to change it to something else. And yeah, so let's use this for now. And as for this subtitle, I want to use the same as here. So I can do this. I can copy this subtitle and go here and paste it here. Wait, not like this. Okay, so let's just copy and here paste. Okay, so I'm going to just copy the text and remove the old one. Okay, and I'm going to do the same for title. Okay, so I'm going to delete the old one, and I am going to just change the title H tag to H3. Okay, and let's call it most loved lessons, for example. Okay, now we shall go to our container div, which contains those lessons. And first thing, I'm going to use a new class with our prefix, so it's OCL. Let's just copy this old one and place it here like this, and let's just change this letter to L, and I'm going to copy this old class to a new one, and I'm going to remove the old one. Okay, so now we have these settings and what we need to change. Okay. Oh, I see that we have some gap with variable here, so it's okay. Oh, so we need to do the same here as well. By the way, if you are wondering why I had this gap in variable, it's because I have been playing around with this block before, so I forgot to remove it, and it should, like, when you copy this block from OxyCollections, most likely the gap should be in pixels, not in variable. So this is why it is in variable, because I have played with this block before and I forgot to remove it. Okay, so now we have some gap in our fluid spacing. Let's check the smaller screen if we have something different. Yes, 2 columns, 1 column on small screen. Alright, so this is fine for me. Let's go back. And what I want to do, I want to make this section dynamic, because now, as you can see, it is a static version. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to heading, and let's add under this heading repeated element. First, I'm going to set a query. I want to query all of our lessons, okay? And let's go to advanced query and edit a query. See, so I have, as I said before, I have played with this before, so you just need to select a post type and type your post type name, which is lesson here, okay? So let's close this and let's try to apply our params. Yes, so now we have our 4 lessons here. So looks like that the query is working fine. And now this repeater div is the same as this container div. So I'm going to give it a same class. So let's copy this class and go to a repeater and let's just paste the class here. See, now we have our same layout here in a repeater like this, and a repeater div should be the same as our lesson card. Okay, so if I check the lesson card here and I check all of the classes, we have some lesson card class and some class for a shadow. So let's unify it into one class. Okay, let's call it OCL lesson card. Yes, like this. I have done this before, so like this. And I'm going to copy the old class settings to the new one, as we have done before. And let's remove the old one. And as for a shadow, I need to check the old one first, how it is set here. Box shadow. Okay, so we have it like this. So let's go to a new one, to box shadow, effects, and let's set the same one as it is over there. Okay, let's go with this one, and it's 0.5 pixels and 10 pixels here. And I'm going to remove this shadow class now. And okay, and now you should take a look at this lesson card and check its settings. For example, we have some border here. Looks like we have some border radius, which is fine, and layouting is fine as well. So this is cool. So let's open this lesson card and let's see what we have there. An image, and it has this class. So I'm going to just change it to a new class with our prefix OCL, and let's just copy a setting from old class to new, and let's remove it. Alright, so we have some size here, so which is fine for me. I'm going to keep it. Now then we have a lesson card content. I'm going to do the same thing, renaming its class. You know, if you are wondering why I have to do this, I'm doing this just for consistency and for you to to be able to remember your classes. Because as I said before, blocks from OxyCollections are like very independent, and each of them has like different classes. So if you keep their classes and you will use like more blocks, it will be later very chaotic. If you have like a lot of type of classes and you won't know which one is which one. So like this, we will have some system in our classes, and you will be able to recognize your classes better. Okay, so that's why we are doing this. So let's create this, and I'm going to copy the old one to new one, and let's remove it. All right, and if I open my div here, first we have an image, which is fine, and we have this tag for taxonomy, which is also fine. Then we have a heading for our lesson, which is fine as well. But as for this rating and the outer image. I think that we don't need them at the moment, so I'm going to delete this div. I'm going to click on it and delete this div. So now what we have left is just this one, okay? And you see that we have now this kind of issue, and solution for that is we can first change this background to white, so it will be the same. So let's just click on this lesson card, go to background and set the same as it is here, which is white, okay? And that should be our solution. And let's continue. Okay, so we have our lesson card, then we have an image, then we have a div for our content, and under this div we have this tag. So let's check its class. Okay, so same thing, let's copy and create a new class and copy a style to a new class and remove it. Okay, and then we have a heading, so same thing, let's copy and use our new prefix OCL, and let's copy it from old to new. Alright, so we have our classes ready, so let's now go and set and change the settings. Okay, so first let's start with card content. So background is white, which is fine. Size and spacing, we have some paddings in pixels, so let's change it to fluid spacing. Space M is good. Apply to all. Okay, and what else? Typography is okay. So next we have our text. So we have some text color. Let's use something else. For example, primary dark. Okay, and font size, I want to use text S. Okay, and what about spacing here? Okay, we have some padding, and here I'm just going to change this unit to RAM, and let's use our so 4 pixels is like 0.4, and let's do the same here. We have 1.2, so it's like 12 pixels is 1.2, and here as well. So now we have it in RAM. And what else? We have borders. Borders is fine for me, so it's okay. Let's go to heading, which has some font size. So let's use our text M variable, and font weight, let's change it to 600. Okay, okay, and that's it for our card. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to wrap this lesson, our first lesson, and I'm going back to our repeater. So as I said, this repeater div is the same as a container, and this repeater inside this this div inside a repeater is like a lesson card div. So if I click on lesson card, and I'm just going to copy this, this class, and I'm going to paste it to this div under repeater. Okay, and then I'm going to just open this lesson card, the one we have edited, and I'm going to drag all its content inside the repeater. Okay, man, I cannot. Okay, so let's just copy and paste. Now let's drag the rest. Div. Man, I swear that this drag and drop is quite difficult to use. Okay, so I want the image up here. Alright, so we have our content inside the repeater, and now let's set a dynamic data. First, I'm going to start with image. Let's click on image here, and here through data button, select our featured image for lessons. So as for size, I'm going to use medium large. Insert. Okay, so it looks like we have our images now. Then let's go to content, open it, and as for this tag, I want to use our taxonomies, so let's just double click and insert data here. Scroll down to taxonomy terms, and I want to return our lessons categories. Separator, comma and space. Insert. Wow, so this is not quite what I wanted to achieve. I want, like each taxonomy will have like a separate div and a link to that category, but like this they are all together, which is not fine. So I'm going to change it later. So let's move on to our heading. We have our heading, and I want to change I want to select it all and insert our data, and let's just paste our title, insert, and let's see. Yes, so now we have our dynamic data ready. So now I can delete the rest of the static content here. So let's just select this container and let's just remove it. So okay, now before moving on to our categories, I want to add links to our lessons. So because now we don't have like any links, so in our repeater, I cannot grab this div and add a link to it. So I have to go. One option is to create one more div and wrap it all under that div. But I don't want to do that because we will have like other links inside that link as well, so it won't work well. So I'm going to just add a link to this image. So let's click on this image, and here let's wrap it with a link and set the data to permalink, and that's first thing. And also don't forget that if we wrap this inside a link, we need to set width to this link wrapper as well, because if I save it now and go to and check our website, okay, so somehow we are querying pages as well. Something is wrong. Let's go back and check our query. So repeater, query, edit query, post type is lessons, which should be fine, right? Let's save it. Okay, okay, so something is wrong, and I'm not sure what is going on here. Okay, I'm just going to remove this query, and let's add it again. So we have post type, add value, and it is lessons, right? I'm going to have a look to make sure. We go to custom post type UI, registered types, and lessons. Yes, name is lessons, so this is fine. Go back and apply query, save again, and let's check it on front end. Now it's working. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, no worries. So now it's working, and we can see that on desktop it is perfect. But if I change it to a smaller screen, let's see. Yes, here you can see that the image is not a full width, because we need to set a full width to our link wrapper as well here, because the image has already a width 100%, so we need to set the same for our H tag here. So let's go back to Oxygen and go to link wrapper and set its width to 100%. I'm going to do this through ID because we have this inside a repeater, so it's fine for me. So with 100% and like this, it's okay. And now let's solve our category issues. I want to have it separately, and I have this code from WP Dev Design, and I'm going just to copy it and paste the code here. Let's add a code block for it, and I'm going to paste the code inside PHP part. So now I can remove, I can remove the old one, but for now let's just keep it, and let's check our code here. I'm going to try to apply a code, and let's save it. Let's see if it will give back something. Nothing, because we need to first set our taxonomy here. We need to set our lessons categories here. Now let's save it again, and now I believe it should be able to display the categories. Yes, now we have the categories we need for each lesson, and they are like separate and with a link to that category, which is fine. So let's give it some styling. I'm going to check these classes. So basically we have some wrapper, wrapper. So I'm going to change it to our class OCL. Let's call it, for example, cat wrapper, right? Wait, don't we have the same class here, like up here? Let's see. Yes, we have the same one, but actually I want to change it because I want to use a different styling. So let's change it for now. I'm going to code block. I'm going to give it something else. Let's call it not cat, cat wrapper. Okay, so I'm going just to give it a number. So OCL cat wrapper 2, and then we have a wrapper for a single category. And sorry, like my voice is really cranky because I'm a little bit sick, so I have issues with speaking. So let's give a class for this single category, OCL cat wrapper 2, and it will be cat box, right? And we will get this class, and I don't want to have some image here. I want just text and link. So I'm going to remove this field, also this one for retrieving that image. Okay, and then we have this name, this category name, and I don't want to use h tag here. I want to use a span. So let's use a span, and let's change it here as well. Span. All right, and I'm going to use our class here. So cat name. All right, so now we have our classes ready, and let's go to stylings, to CSS part. I'm going to this section, and I'm going to copy the code here, and just go and change it a little bit. Go to this second code block and go to CSS and paste the code here. So first I'm going to target our wrapper 2. I want the same. I want to display to flex direction to row. This is okay. Flex wrap is fine for me, but I want to remove the gap. I don't want to get to have, oh wait, this gap is okay, but I'm going to change its size to XS to make it smaller. Justify content is fine. And now moving to our cat box. So first we need to change this to wrapper 2 to target our new category. Display flags. Actually we don't need to have this because now we have just the name, we don't have the image. So I'm going to remove this. As for padding, I am going to use the padding we have here, like this. So it's like 0.4 rems and 1.2 rems. So let's write it down here into paddings. So it's like from the top, so it's 0.4 rems and rem and 1.2 rem. Okay, this is for top and bottom, and this is for left and right. Box shadow, we don't need it. Border radius, I'm going to use biggest one to make it like this. Let's just use something high, like 100 pixels. As for a gap, we don't need that as well. Same for aligned items. Transition none. Okay, and as for hover, I'm going to remove it as well because we don't need it. Same for image, we don't need the image. And cat name, so yes, we need to change its size. So I'm going to use text S, and as font wave, let's use this 400. Okay, and this is not needed, I believe. So let's save and let's see how it looks like now. Okay, so now we have some links. Let's inspect them. They should have some padding. Let's see. Wait, let me give them some background so we can see their paddings. Let's give them some background color. Let's call it primary. No, let's use light gray here. Okay, and let's check it out. All right, so somehow we don't have our background here. Let's check it out. So we have this OC cat wrapper 2 div class. Oh, so we have OC. I think we are missing some letter here, so it should be OCL, right? OCL and OCL is here. Okay, save. Let's check changes now. Perfect. So now we have our padding and our background color. And as you can see, we have also a hover color because they are linked. So they are taking a default setting for our style sheet. And what I want I want to take it to another level. I want to have like a different color background color for each of category, and we have many ways how to do that. I'm going to use ACF a color picker for that. So I need to go back to our admin, and I want to add a color picker to each category now. So first let's go to our ACF, and to our we have this field group where we create an image for lesson category. We have create image for lesson category, So I'm going to just add a new field. I'm going to call it cat okay, cat background. Okay, like this, cat background. And as a field type, it will be a color picker, and nothing else is needed here, so just update it. And now I'm going to our lesson categories, and I need to set a color for all of my categories here. So I'm going to do this for this category, for example. Let's go down and let's select some color. I want to use something like this. Okay, let's go back. So let's just paste our code here like this, update, and I'm going to do it one more time for this category, for example, and let's select some color, this one, and let's change it a little bit. I want to use this one, for example. Okay, so let's update it. Alright, so we have now two categories with background color, set via this settings. So let's go back, and what we can do, I want to inline settings or styling here inside our code. So we need to target our cat box here. So I want to add we have this glass, but I want to add more styling. So I want to type this. We can add a styling inside our HTML as well, like this style, and what we want to style. I want to style our background color, and to some color. Okay, and now it's time to use our ACF field for our color. How to do it? I have this parameter, and I believe it is, wait a second, let me check. Yes, so I have this parameter. Let me just paste it here. So we have this get field. Oh, it is missing this one. So we have this get field parameter where we need to get our background field. So it's like cat. We need to change the names to cat background. Okay, and we need to match our ID with that taxonomy ID, which is our term here, and this term is specified here. So get the ID here. So we like this, we can like retrieve our background color from our settings. So let's save it and let's have a look. I'm very curious if this will work. Okay, so let's go to our website, refresh. Okay, so this is not changing because I think we need to remove our styling from here, from this background color. So let's just remove it. Let's save it. Let's go back, and now still not. Somehow something is not working. Let's check it out. Oh, I think I know why it is not working. Let's check the PHP code. We have this OCL cat wrapper cat box, and then we have style background color, cat field, cat background, which should be the same as this ACF field, right? Let's see. Yes, cat background. Oh, it's cat but with the underscore. Man, this is so sad. Okay, so now it should work. Yes, so as you can see, now we have our background, but somehow we don't have our radius here. I'm not sure why. Let's check it out. Border radius. Yes, it's because we have set the radius for this link wrapper, but we have set the background for this div wrapping this link wrapper. So basically, let's just go to our CSS, go and copy this and set the border radius here like this, and it should be fine. Yes, so basically now we have our groups with custom backgrounds, but let's try this one. Let's try to add background, default background when they don't have like any settings. Okay, so let's try to add this light gray color, and let's see if this view stays and this without a background will have a gray background. Okay, yes, it's working. Okay, so basically now we can set backgrounds, but also we don't need to do for all of them. Those who don't have it will have this gray background, which is perfect. All right, so I'm happy that we were able to achieve this. And let's remove the old tag here, which we don't need anymore. So let's remove it, and I'm going to rename this code block for us to be able to find it easier. So let's call it categories, or lesson categories. Lesson categories. Okay, save. That should be it for our categories. And what we have there, let's see. So we have our selected lessons. Then we need to go and create our lectors slider. Okay, so basically let's go to OxyCollections and let's see what we can find here. So I want to have some theme cards. Okay, first, so I'm going to find theme here. Let's see. Okay, so we have some theme cards, and I think I will go with this one, for example. Let me see. Yes, this is fine for me, even with the with the call to action. Okay, so I'm going to copy this block. Let's copy it and let's go here and paste it down. Oh wait, I just realized that this section should be just for selected lesson. So the lesson they choose. So okay, let's do one more setting. I want this so let's go. I want I want them to have an option to highlight the post they want to display on the home page. So let's go back to our ACF, okay, to field groups, I need to open our lesson field, and I want to add one more option for them, which will be lesson highlighted. Okay, and I'm going to use true false type, so they need to check it if they want it or not. Okay, true false, and let's update it. Then let's go back. Let's go to our lesson now. I'm going to highlight few lessons. So this one, and this, at least 3 lessons. Okay. So let's go down. We have here this checkbox. So I want to highlight this lesson. Okay. Also, I want to highlight this lesson as well. Update, and the last lesson what I want to highlight is this one, highlighted. Okay, so let's close it. Alright, so we have our settings for highlighted posts ready. So let's go back to Oxygen. So let's click on this repeater and go to our query. Now we need to set a query to display just posts with highlighted option. So let's edit our query, and I believe we need to add a new parameter, and let's see, it is I think it's meta query, something like that. Yes, meta query, and we need to add a value, and we need to create an array and add value. First, let's go with the key. The key is a name of our field so it's basically this field. If I go to ACF to lesson fields, it's basically this field, lesson highlighted. So I'm going to copy this name, go back to our key, paste it here. Okay, now let's add new value. So we have our key, and what we want to do with this key, I want to retrieve value from this key. And which value? First I want to have a true value from it. So if it is true, it will display our post with this option true. Okay, we have true or false, and also I want to add a value as well here. And now I'm going to add our dynamic data here, which will be advanced custom field, and it will be lesson I'm not able to, I cannot find it, lesson gallery. Oh, I know why. Because let's close this for now. Let's save it, because I need to refresh the editor, because I have created this new field, and I need to refresh this editor. So we will have this option. So let's wait for editor to load. I hope that it will be quick. This is like pretty weird. I'm like on my local, and I'm sure that this is okay. So looks like it's running now. Perfect. So we are back, and let's go down to our lesson. Okay, so let's go to repeater, query, edit query, and let's continue. We have this, and let's select our data now. Let's go to ACF. Yes, so now we have our lesson highlighted. So select this option, insert. Alright, and what I want to do with these values, I want to compare them. If it's true, then bring back the post which has this true option. So we want to compare them, and I want it to be, so they need to be the same. So I think like this our query is done. Let's close it and Let's try apply our param. Okay, seems like it is working, so let's try and save it. Back to home page. Somehow we have just 2 posts, but I'm sure I have highlighted 3 posts, right? Let's check it out. Let's go to our lessons. So we have basics of Czech, Vietnamese 101. So I think I did the same thing for Spanish, or not? Oh, seems like I did not. So let's just highlight it, update it, and now let's refresh our page, and it should be here. Yes, so now it's here. Perfect. So like this, your client can control, which post he wants to display on our homepage here. Okay. I see that I need to fix one more thing. I want to align those categories to the left. So let's go to Oxygen. Let's open this content div, lesson categories, and let's go to CSS, to this wrapper, and we have, yes, justify content center. This is the issue, so let's change it to left. Oh wait, not left. I think it's flag start, not left. Refresh. Yes, now it's perfect. All right, so that's for our lessons. Now we can finally jump to our theme, to our theme cards. So this is done. Lectors slider. Okay, so back to OxyCollections, and let's copy this block. Okay, and let's paste it here. Alright, so first thing, let's open this block, and we see that we have some settings here, so I'm going to check what we can do. Alright, so we can change color, I see, of something primary, accent, and mute color. Okay, and we have some columns. So on desktop we have like 4 columns. We have setting for tablet, for landscape, and for portrait. So you can do this setting here in this CSS code block, and we can set even a grid gap for those, and also overlay. So let me try and change this primary color. I want to try to have our primary. So you see that it is a change for this div and also for those icons. So I think I need a darker one. Maybe it's too dark. Oh, that's fine for me. So this is fine. What about the accent? Let's go for our primary. So I think it's for hovering. Yes, for hovering this button. Alright, and what about mute color? Let's try something like black. What's that for? Oh, so it's for this position tag. So maybe we can use something lighter, like maybe our white or something gray, So I'm not sure if we have some shade for that. Let's check our style sheet. Light gray, black, white. No, we don't. So let's create, a gray color, and I'm not sure if we have it here. I think no. Colors. No. So add new one, gray, and let's set it here. I want to have something like this. Okay. Go back to style sheet. Oh wait, it's ID 12. Okay, by the way. So go back to style sheet, gray color 12. All right, and let's go back to our block settings and select this color to change it to gray. Oh wait, all right, so this is fine. And we have some overlay here. As you can see, I want to use our primary color with transparent here, so I'm going to change this color. And I'm not sure, let me check I need the RGBA code. So let's go to we can do this. We can go to our old website. Okay, I can check code here, and I can go to my shadow tool, and let's copy our primary color and go back. I'm going to paste it here, and I want to use this tool to change it to RGBA, which is this one, this code. So let's copy it, go back, and let's paste it here. And we need to change it to RGBA, which here we have this, and I want it to have lightness of, let's say, 80%. Okay, that's maybe more, 90. Alright, so this is fine for me. I think the 90 is good. Okay, and overlay text color is white, which is fine for me. Okay, so like this we can continue. So we have this theme section, and let's see, we have theme section class but without any settings. Okay, so let's move on. We have this theme section intro, and it has some width with some max width and margin bottom. So let's change it to our space L. Okay, and I want to edit this subheading. I see that it has a H1 tag, which is not not good for our SEO, so I'm going to change it to a text, and I'm going to just copy this class and place it here. Okay, like this, and change the text meet theme. Also, don't forget to change our prefix for classes as well. So first let's go back to this section, OCL. Let's just copy this and paste it here, and it's OCL, and copy the settings to this and remove the old one. Then we have intro section, so same thing, copy the class, add our new prefix, paste, and copy like this. Then we have our OCL subheading, copy paste. Alright, this subheading has pixels font size, so let's change it to our text M. Size and spacing, it has some margin bottom, so I'm going to, we can set our margin here through this class, or we can add a new margin class, and we can like reuse it like for later. So maybe I can just remove this margin, and I can use OCL margin bottom, and let's go with S for space S. Alright, and then let's go to our heading, which is H3 tag, and it's fine for me. I'm going to keep that So just change the class to OCL and copy the settings and remove the old one. As for font size, if I remove this font size, it will be too small. I want to have same size as here, so it will be var text XXL, and font weight I want to remove it. Okay, and what else? And we have section text, so let's do the copy and change our class. Okay, remove the old one. Here we have just setting for color and margin top. Same thing, I can remove this and create a new class, OCL margin top, and it will be S, and set a margin top here to space S. Okay, so that's for our section intro. Then we have theme tree components. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this and change its class to OCL as well, and copy this to this and remove the old one. And then we have under this div we have a theme tree div. Okay, somehow our section has a broken layout. Let's see why is that. Let's go to settings. It's because we have changed this prefix to OCL, so let's just add our L and our layout is back. So let's go to theme tree grid. Do we need to set something here? I believe we just need to change its class to OCL and copy this and remove the old one, and the rest is done via this setting, so we don't need to do more here. Let's go to our items. Now I want to make this dynamic, of course, so let's grab this and let's add our repeater element here. I'm going to add repeater element. Yeah. Okay, and I'm going to rename it to theme grid as well. So first let's do a query. We need to query our lectors. Okay, and for that we can use our advanced query. So let's edit this query, add parameter, and it should be post type, and it should be lectors. Okay, let's try and apply our query. If we have some rows, that means that our query is working. Okay, and now this theme tree grid should be the same as this repeater grid. So I'm going to copy its class and paste it here to this repeater. Alright, and this theme tree item should be the same as this div under this repeater. So I'm going to change its classes to our prefix like this, and copy this, and also I'm going to open this first item, check its image. Okay, let's copy this, change it to OCL, and copy that, remove the old one. Then we have some overlay, so let's just copy this and change prefix, paste. Okay, overlay. Inside this overlay we have a name with a link, but I believe that we don't need a link to this lecture because we don't have a single page for this lecture. So I am going to add, I am going to add just a text here, and I'm going to edit this class OC team free name link, and let's change its prefix to OCL. First just this and paste, and then again with OCL, and just copy from an old one to a new one and remove it. And inside this link we have a text name which is okay, wait. So I see that this name class, it doesn't has any settings, so maybe we can remove this class. So we don't need it, and we just need this OC team free name. So let's go back to our text, remove this class and add this class, and once again, and with our prefix, and copy to a new class and remove it. Okay, so now we can remove our team name link. Okay, as for position, let's just change its class as well. So OCL and copy, paste. Okay, and then we have social link wrapper, which I believe we don't have even a setting for that in our ACF, so I'm going to remove that. So we have just a name and a position. And first let's have a look at our settings for those elements. So for image we have some custom, we have some object fit cover which we can now set via this option. Then we have overlay, which has background set via our code block or settings here, so it's fine. We have some padding, we can change it to our variable space m. Alright, we have some setting for typography, which is fine. Transition, alright, so that's it. Then we have our name. Let's change let's change our font size to text L, and this is fine, and position to text S. Okay, and we have some margin top. I'm going to maybe I don't want to create a new class for it now, so I'm going to change it to our space XS. Okay, alright, so that's it for our classes, and now let's just drag our content to our repeater. So first we have an image to this div and an overlay. Alright, now we can just like remove the static content, and now let's make it dynamic. First let's start with the image. So data, click on image and click on image and go to data, and we have our image set through ACF. So let's go to ACF, and we have this lecture image. So let's select it, and as for size I'm going with medium. Okay, let's see. Alright, so we have our size here, and you can see that they are quite different. Let's change that later. Now let's continue and select our lecture name here. Let's see. Somehow you can see that if I hover this, our overlay is not working. So it is because we have changed the classes name. So let's fix that. Let's go to our I think it's this div. No. Oh sure, we forget to assign a class for this wrapping our content. So basically it's OC theme 3, and I think it's a card or something like that. Component, or is it a component? No, it's not a component. Let's go back to OxyCollection and let's copy again. Well, I made a mistake, I didn't check it before. So let's paste it here. So where did I paste it? This is weird. Okay, so under theme 3 sections, let's paste it again. Yes, now let's check our grid. Something is not right here. Somehow I cannot see this, in my structure. Not sure why. Well, never mind. So let's check this item. It's called OC theme 3 item. I'm going to copy this class and I'm going to remove this section. And I'm not sure why I'm not able to see this section in our structure. Let's just remove it. Okay. Let's go back here. So let's give this div class OC theme 3 item, and let's also change its prefix to OCL. Copy and remove the old one. You see that our hover is still not working, and it's because if you check our state, you see that when we hover this div, it is targeting OC theme 3 overlay, but we have but you know that we have changed this to OCL, so we need to create a new hover state. So let's check the settings. What we have here, we have opacity to 1. Okay, so that's it. So now we can just add a new state, hover, and we need to target OCL theme 3 overlay, and we need to go to effects. Man, what's this? Yes, opacity, and change it to 1. All right, and we can remove this old one. All right, let's apply my query. Wait, now I'm confused. So let's apply query. Now I'm very confused. Why I have this why I have a repeater here? Okay, this is confusing. But at least you see that our like overlay is working, but this is very confusing. I'm going to refresh the editor. Let's save it and let's refresh it. Something is wrong here. Just sometimes Oxygen gives me some mysterious vibe, because I don't know what happened there. So I think it's just some minor bug, but let's see if it will fix by refreshing our page. All right, so let's scroll down. So now let's click on this theme grid. Yes, now it's fixed. Now we have our repeater here, and under this div we have our, yes, so, and perfect. Alright, let's continue and let's add our lecture name. First, change it to insert data, and let's add our title because we are using title for our lecture's name. Yes, and this position to let's insert data, and we have a custom field for that, which is lecture position insert. Yes, I think this text is too dark. I'm going to use something else. We have this settings through block settings, so let's go to our settings here, and I want to have something lighter, like light gray, and it's better, but now we can see that it is targeting this text as well. So let's go to this text and let's change it here to something else, to our gray color. Okay, so like this it will be fine. All right, and now I want to fix this issue. First, what I want to do, I want to set this width to 100% first. So I want it to be like this. Okay, and also I want my images to be the same height, and we have few ways how to do it. First, we can use stretch function for that, or I can set a fixed height for all of them, and it should be fine. So let's go that way. Let's go to our item, and let's set our height here. I want to go with like 300. It should be fine, right? Yes, 300 is fine. Let's save it and let's move on. Now we have this call to action box, and what I want to do, I want to change its color. Okay, so I have selected this call to action, and let's check its class, which we need to change to our new class with OCL. Copy, paste, and remove the old one. Okay, so what we have here, background color, which is fine, some padding. Okay, let's set our padding to space XL. Okay, apply to all. Alright, and we have some setting on small screen, so let's check it. It's just a layout thing, so which is fine. And let's open this call to action. We have some heading with h3 tag, so I want to change it to h4. We have, and it has this class, so I'm going to use it and change it to OCL. Copy, paste, and remove the old one. As for font size, I want to use text XL, and for color I want to have a white color. Okay, and as for we have this button. We can completely remove this button. I'm going to use a text link here, and I want to add our button, our OCL button, and it will be this out one. All right, let's change text. All right, so let's save this. Let's have a look. Okay, so like this we have our theme section ready. I think this is pretty cool. And one more thing, I can see that our images are a little bit, it has a bad quality, so let's change it right now. Let's go to this repeater, to image, and let's go to data, and let's select our advanced custom field, like the image. I believe we have selected medium quality, so let's go with medium large. Insert, and now it should be better, I believe. Yes, much better. Alright, so that's it. Maybe I'm going to add, you know, a little bit of border radius down here to this bottom part, so it will, you know, match our style. So I'm going to this section, go to border, and the good thing is we can edit our border radius like separately. So I can edit, you know, this separately. I can add, you know, let's use rams for that. So it will be 1 ram, and here as well 1 ram, and let's save it. Yes, this is fine. This is fine. All right. What else? What we have left? We have these lectors, then feedback. Okay, let's create some feedback. Let's go to OxyCollections, and I'm going to create, you know, some. We have some feedback slider here. Okay, this one is fine. Come on. Okay, this is pretty good. So we can just copy this block, go back, let's paste off, let's move it down like this. Okay, feedback. First thing, let's change our subtitle. Let's use the one we have here. Also here, we can use, you know, the one here from this to this one as well. So I think to make it, you know, more consistent, so you can, like, you know, use this one, and I'm going to remove this one, and I want to change this color. You know, we have this text primer. I want to remove it, and then it will have a darker color. All right, so meet our theme. Then we have, I'm going to copy this again, paste it here, and just copy this and remove this. All right, same for heading. I'm going to copy this heading, copy the text, paste it here, and remove the old one. And I want to change H tag to H5 because we have H4 here. So let's go with H5. And what else? We have this slider is static, and I want to make it dynamic. Okay, and we are using Swiper.js, which needs few div to make it work. We have this slider div, then it's slider wrapper, and inside this wrapper we have our slides, and this slider wrapper will act like our repeater. So I'm going to this slider, and I'm going to add our repeater. But maybe first let's go and let's handle our classes first. Okay, so let's check all of these classes. This is fine. With slider container, we have something for centering our content, so I can, and also for setting a relative positioning. All right, and then we have something for full width, so I can like remove all of those classes, and I can use just ID for that, because I don't think we are going to, you know, to repeat this like a lot of times. So just going to use this center, going to layout to set it to position to this one, relative, and width to 100%. All right, and then we have our slider div, which I'm going to change its class. Let's just copy this and remove this. Also, don't forget that we are like initiating this slider based on a class. So if you change a class for this slider div, which is basically a parent of this slider wrapper, you need to grab this class and go to this code block to slider init and go to JavaScript and see you need to change the class here as well to your new class. So it's like OCL feedback slider. Okay, make sure to change it here so your slider will work. Okay, so let's go back. We have our slider change, then we have our slider wrapper, which is basically using swiper wrapper, which is class from swiper itself. But then we have our swiper, our custom class for our swiper. So let's just copy this and let's use OCL as well. Copy, paste, and remove. Then let's go to our slide. We have a class swiper slide, which is from a swiper, so it's fine. Then we have a div with content, which is okay. It's a review card. So let's copy this and paste this OCL and remove this old one. And then let's open our content. I think we don't need, the image and the rating, so I'm going to delete this. And we don't even have a position for or something else for client feedback. So just remove this as well. So we just have a name and feedback text. That's it. So let's check this heading. It has this class, so let's change it to our prefix. Copy paste. Alright, so we have this. First let's go with this one. Copy OCL, paste here and remove, and we have some setting for margin top, so I'm going to remove this and I'm going to use our new OCL margin top and M. Okay, and let's set it here because it's new class, space M. Alright, so like this we have it ready, and let's go now. Let's jump to our repeater. So click on slider and add a repeater. I'm going to drag it to the top, and let's do our query. I want to query our feedback post type, so let's select it here, feedback. I'm not sure if it is feedback or feedback, so let's go with this one. Let's try and apply a query. Yes, so seems like it's working, so fine. Now, as I said, this wrapper is same as this repeater div, so let's give the same class to it. So we have swiper wrapper and this one, so let's copy this, go to repeater, paste this here and give it also swiper wrapper. Alright, let's open it. This div is same as slide div here, so let's copy, or let's just use a swiper slide here. Also, I'm going to rename it to slide, and slider wrapper, so it will be like easier for us to follow. Then I'm going to open this slide, and I'm going to drag the content div into our repeater. Now I can delete our static data here. Let's go to the content. Let's check title first. Let's add our dynamic title, aka client's name. Insert and title. Insert. Alright. Also, let's go for feedback text. Select it all, insert data, advanced custom field, um, feedback text, and let's see. Alright, so we have our feedback text now, and let's check, first let's check its styling. We have this content div which has some padding, so let's change it to our space M. Also we have some borders, radius, let's change it to rem as well. Color, this is a dark color with 20% of lightness, so for borders, so I'm going to keep that. Typography, nothing. Then heading, font size, so let's change it to text L. We have some font weight is okay. Our review text is okay. Okay, let's just save it. Now I'm curious how this will look. Okay, nothing here. Something is going on. Nothing is going on over here. So let's check it again. Why it is not working? So we have our content like ready like this. We have our repeater. This is ready. Let's go back to our query. Let's check it again. Feedback, or its feedbacks. No, it's feedback. So this should be fine. Or we have put a wrong class into our slider settings. No, it's a good one. Let's see. Oh, maybe I know why. We have also a swiper slider here as well on the top, and I believe this slider has also same cons here, swiper, and we need to make it unique. Okay, so let's scroll down and let's go to our slider init, and we need to change it to something else. I'm going to change it to feedback. Also, yeah, to feedback. Now it should be unique, and now it should work. Save. Refresh. Seems like it is working. Alright. Not really. So there is something wrong here. Let's find out what is wrong. So I think the query is alright. Swiper wrapper and swiper slide, the content. Let me try and change the query to something. Let's try like lesson, for example. Let's see if this will work. Okay, so I can see some flash there. So this, I think this is not the issue. I think our query is okay. So there should be something with the styling. So let's check our front end. Let's inspect this. So we have this. So we have this swiper, right? Yes, swiper feedback slider. Then under this div, we have, let's see, we have here this. Under this div, we have this oxydynamic feedback, right? let's see. Okay, I see now why it is not working. So in Oxygen 4.0, they have added a new default styling for repeater, like flex wrap, justify content, and align at times. And seems like this flex wrap is messing with our slider. Okay, so to fix that, we need to target this oxydynamic list class. All right, and let's go back to our code block, and I want to change a styling just for this slider, not for all of all repeaters, but just this repeater. And this repeater is inside this OCR feedback slider. So I'm going to target that, and let's target this oxydynamic list like this, and we need to unset this flex wrap. So flex wrap unset. Okay, so now our slider should work without a problem, right? Okay, so our slider is working, but as you can see, there is some overflowing here, which is not good. So let's see what is going on over here. Let's see. I think it is a issue of the repeater as well. So let's go to our oxydynamic list. Let's put this and this. Yes, now it's better. So basically we need to unset like everything. So let's target all, save, and now this should be okay. Yes, so now we have our feedback correct, and like this clients can swipe with our feedback. Sorry, I want to change also a color for hover here, and sorry, let's go and okay, sorry, I'm back. I had to stop this video for a few seconds because I have a few cough. So now I'm back. Okay, I want to change those icon color on hover. So let's go here to our nav arrows, and let's check what we have here. Alright, so we have some classes for layout, like inline like this, some gap, some foot width, and some centering. So I'm going to just delete all of those because we won't need them, and I will put them all inside one class, which is this one. So I'm going to copy this, rename its prefix, and copy settings for the old one and remove the old one. Now I want to this flex, and I want to add also a gap as it was before, and also I want to add a foot width as it was before, and okay, that should be it for now. What about this on a smaller screen? Alright, no need to change margin. Okay, we can change that to our spacing. Alright, let's go back to desktop. Let's open our left arrows. We have previous and next, and they have some classes. Yes, we have a class for starting the arrow, which is this one. So I'm going to copy this and change it to OCL, copy paste. Wait, not this, sorry, I made a mistake. I'm going to copy this to our OCL slide arrow class, remove this, and let's check its settings. As for background, it's transparent. Size and spacing, we have some width and height. I'm going to change it to rems. I'm going to use 6 rem and 6 rems for height. Typography, black color. Let's use our primary dark color. Borders, this is fine. Cursor pointer, which is fine. What about state? Hover. Okay, background color. I want to change it to something like primary color. Alright, and we need to change color for borders as well. Primary. Okay, did I? Alright. So it should be, and we need to do the same. Okay, so we have this, and let's check this OCS arrow previous class. I'm going to rename it to OCL as well, and copy the old to new one. This class is important because we need to set it inside this code block JavaScript, so Swiper will know that this button is for previous slide. So we need to change it to just OCL as we have edited, and I'm going to do this as well. Now let's go to our next button. So first, OCS slider arrow is old one, so let's just remove it. We have a new one which is OCL arrow slider arrow, like this. Yes, the styling is the same. And now I want to copy this OCL arrow next. Let's copy the settings and remove the old one. And if I save it now, this will be ready. Yes, so our arrows are ready. Let's check the responsiveness. Yes, this is fine. It's also fine. Yes, this is fine for me. Alright, so that's our dynamic feedback. Maybe I'm going to remove a little bit of white space here because for me it's too big. So I'm going here to this section. Oh, I see that this section has also a class for centering, so I'm going just to remove it, and I'm going to do it by ID here. Alright, and I'm going to change our default padding here. I'm going to use our var space, let's use M here. Alright, this should be enough. Let's see. Yes, this is much better. Okay, so like this, I believe we have finished our homepage. We have our feedback, and as for call to action, I believe the one in footer, yes, is enough for us. So yeah, I'm happy that we were able to finish it, and let's check how it looks like on the mobile phone. So we have this. Oh, I can see that this button have a 100% width, which I don't want it to have. So let's see why is that it has a 100% width. So this A. Oh, I see. So this button has a width of 100%. So let's go back and let's click on this button, and let's see on the mobile phone width. Let's just remove this, and it will be alright for our mobile version. Yes, perfect. And like this, we have finished our homepage. Oh, And I see that this button, this main button has 100% width as well. So I'm going to change that. What I can do, oh, I see that we need some spacing between this as well. So I believe there is something like, let's see, let's go here and let's add some margin bottom here on this viewport. Space M. Alright, so now it will have some spacing between. And what I'm going to do, I don't want to open now our header and footer template. I'm going to just add, you know, text link. I'm going to give it a class OCL button main, and I'm going to change it now. So it has a width of 100% on mobile phone. I'm going to change it now. See, just remove it, and now it's perfect. And I'm going to remove this text link because I won't need it anymore. And let's save it like this. Our classes are changed to the way we want them to be. So let's wrap this home page. Let's go out. And now let's go to another page. So let's have a look at our document, and let's go with an about us page now. First, I want to create a custom field for other pages except the home page, and I want to have, you know, same top bar for all the pages, where you will have, you know, some image and some and your, you know, your page title. So first I'm going to do that. I'm going to ACF, and let's create our new field. I'm going to call it page top bar, and I want to target our pages. Okay, so our post type will be page. Okay, and I want to add a rule, and this rule will be I want to exclude our home page. So it should be is not equal to home page. So for all of new pages we are going to create, they will have these views we are going to create here. Okay, and also let's put this to high position. Let's add our first field. I want to have an image for them to select, so it will be top bar image. Okay, file type will be image, and format will be image URL, and that's it. Let's publish this. Let's go to our pages, and now let's go and create our second page, which will be about us. And let's see, I want to add some image here. Let's go with this one, and let's just publish it. Man, I swear this dog is so annoying. Okay, by the way, it's a neighbor's dog, and somehow he just cannot stop barking. Alright, so let's continue. We have this, and let's go to our editor. Okay, actually, you know, I can use a featured image as well, but you know, I prefer to do it through ACF. So you can, you know, you can set it all in one place. Okay, so loading. Alright, so we have our about page here, and first I'm going to create our top bar. I'm going to add a section, and what I want to do here, I'm going to give it a class. Let's call it OCL top bar. Okay, and now I want to retrieve the image. So let's go to our ID, to advanced background, and let's retrieve our image. It will be advanced custom field top bar image, and I'm going to use large size. Alright, and let's go back to our top bar, and let's set background size to cover, no repeat, scroll, and this to 50 from left and 50 from top to make it centered. Alright, now I want to give this image some overlay color. The thing is, when you have a class like this, you cannot use some color overlay. You see, like this, it is breaking the image. So what you can do, you can do it through your ID here, like this. But I do not prefer to do it, because I want to do it all through my class, so I can reuse it later on other pages. So I'm going to use pseudo state here. First I'm going to go to layout. I want to set position to relative. Then I'm going to state, and I'm going to use before pseudo element. And now let's give it layout to absolute, and the positioning will be 0, so it will cover all of our top bar. Also I will give it width 100%, height to 100% as well. And now as for its background color, I will use I can use our primary color here, but I want to have some transparency here, so let's make it 85. Alright, okay, that's the first thing. Also I want to add, not a background color, I want to add an image overlay color like this, and it will have 85% transparency. Alright, and as for background color, I'm going to use a full color like this. Alright, okay, so what is left here to do? I want this, give me a second. Yeah, I just realized that I made a mistake. We are now editing our before element, so I don't want to have this image overlay color. I want to set this background color to our 85%. Alright, so this is our before pseudo element. Okay, and let's go back to our original state, and here I want to set a background to full color like this. Alright, so in case that user if they don't use some image, we will have this full color, but if they use an image, we will have this this overlay color. Okay, so now let's set a layout to center. Also I will set it to justify center as well. And now let's add our heading. So heading, I want it to be white, so let's add a class OCL text white, and you can see that it doesn't change much, because this text is behind the overlay of our of this pseudo class. So we need to set this heading position to relative as well. So I'm going to create a new class for that, OCL relative, and let's set the layout to let me see, to here, to relative. See, so now we have our white heading. Okay. And what about the font size? We have H1 tag, so I think this font size is fine. So let's just select this all and insert our dynamic data. Title, insert, about us. Okay. And I want to set a height for this layout as well. We can use some fixed height like 300 for example, but I want to avoid this because if you have, like, for example, too long, if your title is too long, and maybe at some point it will it will overlap your section. So instead of that, I'm going to use a minimum height of 300. And the thing is, but now you see that this text is not in the center because we are using a section, and this section has by default a div under it. So we need to set a minimum height to that div as well. And to find this div, let's just save it and go to front end. We need to inspect this div. Alright, so let's inspect it. So we have this section, and inside this section we have a div with a CT section inner wrap. Okay, so let's copy this section, this class, and let's go here, and I'm going to add a code block here for styling. Okay, I'm going to remove the PHP code, and I'm going to add a new CSS, and I want to target just this top bar, so I'm going to first write down its class OCL top bar, plus I want to add this section inner wrap class, and I'm going to set min height to 300 pixels. Now our text is in the center. Okay, and make sure that this value is the same as this value here as well. Okay, so that's for our top bar, and let's just test it out if we don't have like any image, if it will be with a full color or not. So let's go here and let's remove our let's refresh one more. Alright, so let's remove this one and let's go to preview. See, so like this, if you don't have an image, you will have a full color top bar section. Okay, so this is good. I'm going back. I will add the image back, but somehow I cannot update it. So let's refresh this page again. Alright, so let's set some image and update it, and I'm going back to my editor. And now let's have a look at OxyCollections and add some content. I want to add some content block for our about us. I want to have some picture with few lines of text. I think this could be good. Okay, so let's copy this block and let's go back. Let's wait. Alright, so now I'm going to paste this block here. Perfect. And as for this image, we can use something else. We can leave it like this. As for this subheading, we already have a class for that, so let's just remove all of this and use our OCL tagline. And as for color, I want to have a OCL primary color. Okay, and also I want to change the heading. We have H3, let's use H2 here, and as for its class, let's just remove it. Okay, and I am going to keep this size, so which is fine for me, so this is fine. And as for this text, we can use some random text, so let's use something for now, and let's just paste it here. And I don't need to style this text So this is fine. And let's go to this section with our points. We have let's check the class. So first thing, I see that this has a different prefix. So let's change that to our OCL, and let's copy its old settings to a new one and delete the old one. All right. So we have some grid section here with a gap. So let's use our gap with a space M, and here we'll go something like space L. All right. And let's check what we have there on the smaller screen. Not okay, so that's it. That's for our layout. Let's open it, and let's open this point. So we have something for layout like this. If you remember, we also have our own class, and it's a OCL icon wrapper. And also we have OCL gap S. All right, and I'm going to remove those like this. I'm going to edit just this one, and then we can duplicate this one. All right, so let's go here. We have OCF solid icon. Okay, so we can just copy this and change it to our OCL. Copy it to this. It has a background color, so let's change it to our primary. All right, it has some size and spacing. I'm going to use RAMs for this, so it's 0.8. Apply to all. As for typography, color is white, which is fine. Border is fine. Effects, box shadow. We have, so I want to use our primary with some transparency here. All right, and this is fine. So that's for our icon. Let's open it and let's see if it has some class. Okay, it's just for sizing, so I can just change it to OCL icon M like this, and that's it. Then we have some text with a class to make it bold. So okay, we can create our OCL bold as well. So let's just copy it and remove the old class. All right, so like this. Now we can copy all of this. All right, and change the text. As for a button, I'm going to use our class OCL button main. I want to use main button here. All right. Okay, so that's for first section of our about us page. Then let's see what we can have here. So content. Let's add some more content. Okay. What about? Let's see what we have here. We need something. I think this one. This this section could be about them, and this section could be about their language school. Okay, so I can copy this and go to this and paste it here. All right, so what to do here? Let's open this section. Let's see if it has some settings in code block. So there's nothing, so let's jump to our classes. We have this class with a background, so just change it to our OCL, copy paste here and delete it. The background actually, if this class is just for declaring background, we can actually just remove it. Okay, if we don't need that. And I think I'm going to, you know, to remove this top padding for this section. So I'm going to change, you know, the var here, maybe something smaller like space s, so it will be, you know, close to this section, closer to this section. Okay, and as for this container, we have, okay, so we have some setting here, so let's just copy and change it to OCL and copy this, remove that. All right, first I want to change a background color. Of course, I'm going to use our primary dark, let's say, or primary one, let's see. Dark is better. Okay, primary dark, and let's see what we have here. Size and spacing, some padding. So let's use space L, apply to all, and typography, nothing here. And let's check the small screens. Yes, so let's just remove this. We don't need to change. Small screen, some on small screen we have some gap here, so I'm going to remove it from custom CSS. I will go to primary. I'm going to set a gap here for this viewport, space L, okay, maybe space XL, that's better. All right, let's go to this viewport. We have some size and spacing. Okay, let's remove that. All right, that's it. Let's go back to our desktop, and now let's open this container. We have left column. Okay, so let's go to left column. Let's also change this class to OCL, copy, and remove this. So what we have here, we have some max width here, so let's give it, and typography, nothing here. I think we have some gap, so let's just remove this gap and add this gap here, space S. All right, let's move to the text. Here we will have our tagline, so I'm going to remove this and I'm going to use our OCL tagline. And as for color, I want to use a white one, so it will be OCL text white. Okay, and then we have a heading which is H2. This one is H2 as well. Let's use H3. And as for its heading, let's just copy it and change it to OCL, copy its setting and delete it. And I'm going to use our text XXL. Let's see, wait, I'm going to use, no, not XXL, it's too big. Let's use XL. All right, and we don't need even font weight here, it's by default 700. And let's check the small screens. Seems like we have some settings here as well. I'm going to remove it, don't need to set it here. All right, and this text, just change the class to OCL, copy, paste, and remove it. I don't need a font size because let's keep our font size, you know, our default font size here as well. All right, let's go to our right column. So we have this right column, left and right, and yes, right column, and this right column has a grid layout. So let's just copy paste this OCL and this, remove this one. It doesn't have like any gap here. It has some max width. Okay, let's keep that. And what about small screens? Yes, it's changing just max width. All right, so nothing for us to do here. So let's open this right column and let's check the cards. All right, copy the card class, change it to OCL, and copy paste like this. Let's see, I want to change its background color to our primary light. Okay, and I want to change its padding to our space M. And what we have here, some gap. Alright, so let's remove that and use our gap here, space S. Alright, and what else? Typography, nothing. Let's check the small screens. Okay, let's remove that. We don't need to change it because it's automatically, you know, calculating, so it's fine. And let's open this card. We have icon, so let's just copy this class OCL about icon. So, and let's use our primary color. Okay, and as for heading, we have H5 tag, and it has its own heading as well, so I'm going to change its prefix, copy paste, and remove the old one. For color, I'm going to leave it blank, so it will be primary dark. Okay, and font size as well. And as for font weight, we don't need that as well. So wait, as a font size, we need to change it to text M like this. Alright, and let's check. We don't need font weight. As for this smaller screen, let's just remove this. Okay, so and the text, about the text, let's change the class to OCL and copy the old to new. Remove this text color, remove this font size, and font weight, you can remove that as well. So actually we don't even need this class, so just remove this class. Okay, so let's copy this card four times, and I'm going to remove the old ones, and we can change the content later. So that's for our second section. Let's have a look at our document. So few images. Alright, so few images. We can add some gallery here. You know, we can let's have a look if we have something here. So we have some content. Let's see if we have some images. Let's go to this. Actually, I think I'm going to use some slider for our images. So I can go to slider, and let's see. This one is not bad. This one is not bad as well. Maybe this one. Let's see. Okay, so this one is not bad. We can use this kind of slider, right? So let's just copy this, go to our website, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Alright, so this slider, it has also some text, but I just need the images. So first, let's open this slider section. We have some settings for this background color. I can change it to our, let's say, primary dark color. Let's see if it is appropriate. I think it is. And we have some space. We have Then we have a slider wrapper with this class, which I think is fine. I think we can keep this class, and we have swiper slider here with a class of swiper, and we have some code block here with few settings like slider width and slider high and navigation color. I think I'm going to keep all the settings as it is, and I'm going to swipe a slider, and we have like another wrapper, and then we have our slides. So what I want to do, I want to just to delete the content from here, because I don't need to I just need the image. So I'm going to delete this content like this. Oh wait, we have just deleted I think some overlay, right? Let's go back to our let me check this content. No, nothing there. Okay, so we can just remove that. This is fine. So like this we can have our slide, and I'm going to just remove this of this, and we can just duplicate our slide like this, but I want to make this dynamic, so client can set their own images here. So for that I'm going to back to admin. I'm going to create a custom field for it. Let's use our custom field, and let's add a new field group called about us images, and let's target a page which should be our about us page, and position, let's place it high, and we need about us images. We need I believe we need repeater field, okay, which is here. Inside this repeater, let's add a field called about us image, and this will be an image field with a format of URL return. Okay, so let's publish that. This is fine, and let's go to our page, and to about us page, and now we can add our images to a repeater. So let's add our first row and select few images. I'm going to select this one, for example, add row, this one, and let's add few more, this one as well, and let's add this one, for example, one more, okay, and this one. Okay, so let's update our page and go to edit with Oxygen. Okay, and now we are going to create a dynamic content with this repeater field. Just wait a little bit for our editor to load. Okay, so it's loaded. Now let's scroll down to our slider. We need to replace our swiper wrapper, which is this div. Okay, so click on this and add a repeater field like this, drag to up, and first let's set a query. I'm going to query a ACF repeater field, this one, yeah, we have just created. Okay, and this repeater field should have the same class as this swiper wrapper. So let's see, we have swiper wrapper class, so give it the same swiper wrapper class, and inside this repeater we have a div which is as a swiper slide, so it should have swiper slide class, okay, like this. and inside this slide we have an image. So I'm going to drag this to this repeater, this image, and now I can remove our old content or static one. Okay, now click on this image and click on data. Go to repeater field and select our about us image here and insert. Now we should have our images ready. Okay, so let's try to save this and let's refresh our website. Okay, so I think we have the same issue as before. So let's have a look on frontend and let's take a look. Let's inspect this element. Alright, so we have this wrapper, swiper, then we have this. Let's open this div. Inside this div we have a repeater, which is this dynamic list, and let's check its styling. Okay, its styling is here. So we have Oxy dynamic list. We have some default styling here. So let's uncheck all of this and it will be fine. Alright, so we need to uncheck all of this. So let's go back, and first I want to target just this repeater. So I'm going to grab this wrapper class. I will go to this code block to CSS, and I'm going to add a new line with this class, and also I want to copy this Oxy dynamic list class, which is for repeater. Let's copy it and place it here, and I want to unset all of those settings. So let's try this, unset, and save it. Let's refresh now. Wow, it's still not working. Let's check it out. So Oxy dynamic list here. Let's scroll down. You can see that we have our settings here for this Oxy dynamic list from our code block, but somehow this setting is still there. I'm not sure why. So for now I'm going just to grab this code like this. I'm going to copy it, all of this. I'm going back. I'm going to paste it here, and wait. Once again, let's copy this. Man, this is so hard to copy. Copy and paste. Okay, and now I'm going to unset these individually. So unset. I hope that the Oxygen team will come up with a solution soon. Alright, seems like it is working now, so let's save it and let's see. Yes, so now we have our dynamic image slider here. I want to add some heading to it, so let's go back and let's wrap this up and add heading. Okay, heading. Let's use a h tag. Here we have h3, so for now here I will have h4, and let's use a white color here, OCL text white, and also I want to use a bigger size, so I want to go with OCL, let's say text XL, and we need to set our variable here because this is the first time we are using this class, so it will be text XL. Alright, so like this. Actually I am going to use this and change to white color because I don't like this. Alright, so and let's call it Garde, and let's add some margin bottom L. Also I want to I want to center this section. So cool, so that's our gallery, right? Let's check it out. Cool, now we have our gallery, and what is left is to have our lectors. So I'm going to grab the same thing we have on our homepage. So I will go back to homepage, and I'm going to copy this this section. So let's open our homepage. So, like this. Going to rename it like this. Alright. Let's see. Let's wait for it to load. Okay, so yeah, let's go to our theme section here. I'm going to copy of this. Wait. Yes, I'm going to copy of this and go to our about page and paste it here. Let's drag down. Okay. And I'm going to leave this as it is, and let's just save it. Let's close our home page, and like this our about page is done. It's ready. Let's check it out on a smaller screen. So okay, this is fine, this is fine. Alright, okay, so I think this is perfect, and let's go to another page. Let's go back, then let's go to carriers with an apply form, and they want to use Gutenberg content. So let's go and create a new page. So let's add a new, call it carriers. I'm going to paste some content and add some image here as well, and let's publish this page. Alright, so edit with Oxygen. I'm not sure. Sometimes my Oxygen loads like pretty fast. I'm using Chrome, but sometimes it takes like forever to load, and I'm not sure why. So anyway, we are here. So let's add our first section, our top bar, and it's pretty simple. I'm going to add a class to this section, top bar. Okay, like this, and you see, we need to add a code block as well to target our div inside this section, and I'm thinking about creating a reusable element for our top bar, so we can like reuse it like on every page, so we don't need to to create again. So maybe that's a good idea. So let's go back. Let's go back to our about page, and let's open it. waiting. All right. Let's just click on this section and with a right click we can make a reusable here like this, and I'm going to name it as top bar section. Alright, create it. I'm going to save it, and let's have a look here. Okay, cool. Let's go to our here our careers page, and I forgot that this page is a child of the about page, so let's just set it here and update it and open the Oxygen editor. So I swear, like every time I'm waiting for Oxygen to load, I'm going to Facebook or YouTube to check something new, and like this, you know, I am wasting few minutes of my life every day. So yeah, okay, so let's go back and let's add our reusable element here, top bar section, and I want to use our we can, you know, we can add a single or additive. I'm going to use a single. I don't want to, you know, to edit it, so like this, and I'm not sure if this will work, so let's just check it on the front end. Yes, it's working fine, so no changes needed here. So I'm going to add a section, and for this section I want to have a little bit different layout than the other page, and I'm going to add a class OCL, let's see, page, what we can use, page, okay, like page special, for example, or page layout. Let's call it page layout. Okay, and I want to go with a grid, and I want to use 3 columns. This we will change to 0, and also as for gap I am going to change it to 0 as well, and this gap as well. So now let's add our page content, which from Gutenberg. Let's add a div. Okay, and I want this div to have 2 column span. So let's go back to this section and set our this first child, this div, to have 2 columns. So now it has like 2 column span. And inside this div, I'm going to add our text content, which will be dynamic, right? Insert data and content here, post content. All right, so that's for our content here. And on the right, on this, I'm going to add another div, and I want to set this div. The first one will have 2 span, and the second one will have just 1 span. So like this. All right, and now let's see. Maybe we can give it some gap. So let's go back to our section, and let's add our gap between here, this gap. Let's change it to var space, let's see, XL. Oh wait, sorry, this is gap between rows. We we need gap between columns, which is this one. So let's change this. All right, so that's our gap. And here in this sidebar, I want to display our highlighted post. Okay, so let's add a heading. Let's use our h3 tag, and as for font size, I think this is fine. So let's call it for example, most loved lessons. Okay, and let's give it some margin bottom, OCL. Oh, I'm editing the ID now. Let's edit the class OCL margin bottom. I want M, which we don't have yet. Let's create a new. Add the margin bottom var space M. All right. And then we are going to use a repeat element. Okay, and the query will be the same as we have used on our homepage. So basically just query, advanced, edit query, post type will be lessons, and we need another parameter which will be our meta query so which is here, and let's add our array. Another value first will be our key, which will be our highlighted text. I'm not sure how this field is called now. Let's check it out. I believe it is lesson fields, and how it is called lesson highlighted, like this. So paste it here. Another value, and we need value. First one will be true, and the second one will be our dynamic data from here, ACF, lesson highlighted, insert, and of course we will need a compare parameter like this, and like this our query is done. Let's apply. Yes, we have the query right, so it's working. Now what I want this layout to be like this, so this is fine for me. Just to make sure that it is like in a row, like aligned to a left, and I want to add some gap to this, so we can use our OCL gap. I want to use gap M. So let's go and add our gap here. Okay, gap M space M. All right. And what I want to display? I want to display a link with image and lesson name. So let's inside this div, let's add another div, and let's wrap this div with a link. Okay, first set a data to permalink. All right, and of course I want this div to be 100%, so I'm going to change its width to 100%. Same as for this link wrapper as well. And I want to display this as flags with direction to rows, like this. Okay, and let's add our image first, like this. I'm going to this image. I'm going to give it a class OCL lesson page lesson image. Okay, and as for width and height, I'm going to use something fixed. Let's go with, for example, 100 and 100 high, and object fit will be cover. And as for our data, let's use our lesson image, which is featured image. All right, and as a size, I'm going to choose thumbnail. That should be enough. All right, so that's for our image, and I want to have a little bit of border radius, so let's add a border radius, 1 rem. All right, and now let's add a lesson name, which will has a 85 tag, and let's give it a text OCL text M, and we need to set a font size because this is also the first time we are using this class, so it will be text M. Alright, and let's set its dynamic data by inserting data, title, insert, and now we should get our, yes, so this is our name of our lesson. And another thing, let's align this to left, and let's add some gap. I'm going to add like this. All right, and maybe we can add some box shadow. So for that, I'm going to make this image a little bit smaller, like this, and I'm going to give this link wrapper padding. Let's use something like space S or XS. Okay, and also I want to add some border radius, 1 rem, same as the image. And now effects, box shadow, and let's add our shadow. I will go with this one, for example. Alright, so that should be it. And if you want to, you can add some hover state to this, like for example we can add a hover state for a box shadow, but I think I'm fine like this, so I'm going to save it. And let's check it out on the front end. Alright, so we have our page with dynamic content from Gutenberg and our sidebar like this. So I'm going to, now we need a form and apply form. So under this text, I'm going to give it a margin bottom XL. We need to set it space XL. Alright, and I will place our form. First, let's add a heading with H2 tag, apply form, and OCL margin bottom. Let's use M. I'm going to use M. And now let's add our Fluentform form, which has an integration with Oxygen. So this is cool. Let's add it. I'm going to select some demo form, for example this contact form. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to change just a few things, like submit button color. So for that, I'm going to submit. By the way, I'm editing, through the ID, because when I try to do it through the class, some changes are not applied to the form. So I'm doing this. I need to do it through the ID. So for the submit button, I'm going to use, let's say, the primary color. Okay, and color will be white. Let's go white. As for padding, let's use our, let's make it bigger, space S, and this will be space M. Alright, and as for cover, I want to make it as a primary dark, like this. Okay, and typography, I'm going to use text M, font weight 600. Let's make it a bit wider. Okay, and I can see that the text inside inputs is not is not our font. So let's try to go to input, to typography, font family, and let's select inherit. So now it's our font. Okay, cool. And I think this is enough for me with this form, so I'm not going to do more changes. So now let's make this responsive. Let's go to tablet. This is too good for me. So so now it is wrapping like this. Okay, no worries. Okay, so now when we are on tablet, I want to wrap it, into one column. So let's select this and one column, and yes, this is fine. So I will keep this and just save this, and our careers page is done. Like this, yes, with the form as well. So let's go back to our admin. Then we have pricing with a content. So I think that I will give this pricing page a same layout as for careers. So I'm going to duplicate our careers page, and for that we have like many ways. I usually use plugin duplicate post to duplicate my pages, but I think that it is not necessary here. So let's just create our new page and call it pricing, publish. I think I want to set an image here as well, and I need to paste some content here. Pricing, update again, and I open the editor, and also I'm going to open our careers page, so I can copy our sections from there to our pricing. So alright, so let's wait a little bit. So we are inside our careers page now, and what I want to do, first I want to copy this section, but before that I think I'm going to make this sidebar to reusable component, so we can use it more on more pages. So first let's do that, make reusable, and let's call it page sidebar. Alright, for that okay, that's done. And for that I need to refresh my pricing page to be able to see that component, and also let's wait a little bit. So I'm going to copy this section, and then I can close this page, this careers page, and I can go to our new pricing page. Now I can, paste it here. Alright, and I want to have a top bar as well, so let's add a top bar here, top bar section as a single. Let's place it to the top. Okay, and this one is sidebar, and I don't want to have a form here, so I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to delete this margin bottom for this text. So let's save it. Like this, our pricing page is done. Okay, next we have to create a contact us page. So let's go and create it. Contact us. Let's add some image as well. Okay, let's edit with Oxygen, and now let's go back to OxyCollections, and let's see if we have some contact section. So let's see, contact, yes, we have some here. Let's see what we can use. This one is pretty good. This one looks good as well. This one is not bad. Let's check this one. Alright, I think this one will do the job pretty well. Or we can use something more simple, like this one or this one. Let me see. Alright, I think I will go with this one, which is very simple one. So let's copy this block, go back to our contact. First I'm going to add our top bar as a single. Alright, and then I'm going to paste our block. Okay, this is good. Let's see what we can change here. Let's okay, so this is page wrapper, delete this. Okay, so I'm going to unwrap this and delete this div. As it says contact section, it has, okay, so let's change our class here to OCL and like this. What we have here, let's open this section. We have a heading. Alright, so I think we can remove this title, sorry, not title, this class, and we can use, this will be h2, and I'm going to use class OCL text XL for that. Oh, which is h2, right? So I don't need to use this class, but I'm going to add margin bottom S. Same as for text, I'm going to remove a class, we don't need it. And this container, let's change its class as well. OCL, copy, remove. Do we have something to change in here? I'm going to set it to 0, gap to our space L, this, and let's check small screens. Same. Okay, so this is good. What about the cards? Let's change it as well to OCL cards and copy, and let's remove the old one. We have some padding, So I'm going to change that, space apply to all. I believe there is some gap, yes, just remove it and add a gap here. And what about FX transition? It's fine. Then we have some hover state, which is targeting a box shadow, so it's fine. Let's keep that, and let's open this card. We have some image. For now I'm going to keep this image. I'm just going to change its class to OCL. And what about this? Alright, so let's change its class as well, and let's do, oh wait, I forgot to copy its settings, so we need to bring it back, card link, and let's just copy it. Oh, not like this, I did it wrong. Need to copy OC, which is the old one, to OCL. So now we can remove the OC. Yes, so now the font size to text L, a color, let's remove it. Font weight 700 is fine. What about small screen? Okay, let's remove it. What about this text? It has no settings, so I can remove it. Alright, so I'm going to grab this card and duplicate it 2 times, and I'm just going to grab this and to change, images here, and the text here, and so like this, online chat. Alright, so like this we have our content ready, and I want to remove this. Also I want to add some border radius to this card, so let's add some border radius to 1 rem. So if you hover, you will be able to see it. Yes, let's scroll down to this section. I need this section to have a white color, so it will match this color from this footer as well. So let's change its class to OCL, and let's copy it, and now let's change to white. And what else? We have some heading, which is H2 as well. I think we can change to H3, and I'm going to delete this class because we don't need that. I'm going to use OCL text XL like this, and there is some spacing. I think it's from this div. Yes, I can remove that, and I will use a margin bottom here. So let's go to this social list. We have also a custom class, so let's change it to OCL, copy, paste, and let's see. So we have 3 columns. This set to 0. The gap is default, and maybe have some max width here, which is fine. What about small screens? 2 columns, 1 column. Alright, so this is okay. I'm going to just change the color of those buttons. So let's copy this and change to OCL, and this. And what I want to change is, first, the padding. I'm going to use our smallest one, and our second smallest one. Alright, and for background I want to use our primary color. And as for hover, Oh wait, let me check the borders here. We have, let's change this to RAM, and let's use like, we have like 10 or 7 RAM, so 7, no, not like 0.7 RAM, like this. Yes, and we have some gap here, so I'm going to delete it from custom CSS, and I'm going to add the gap here to this var space xs. Let's check the hover state. It has setting for the opacity, which is fine. Let's keep that. So let's open this button. We have icon. Let's just change the class. I will keep the rest. I will keep this, and also it has some margin right, so let's just use rem instead of that. This text, okay, so we can change the class OCL and like this, and let's set it to text s. Alright, so let's make a copy. So we have Facebook, we have Twitter, and we have Dribble. So this is fine, and Dribble. Now I can delete the old links. So that's this settings. But one more section with contact form, so I'm going to add it now. I'm going to add a new section. Also, now I can change this background to something else, because we don't need to match this one anymore. So let's change it to primary light. Alright, so this is good. Let's add our form here. I want to center this form, so let's center it. Add a heading. H tag will be H3 or H4, but the text size will be text XL. And also I want to add some subheading, so let's add some subheading here. We already know that it is tagline with, and let's add some primary color. And let's add some text. Also some margin. Alright, and some margin for this text as well. Alright, and let's add our form, which is here. Let's use our contact form demo, and I want to give this, I want to to wrap this form inside a div. So let's wrap this with a div. This is so yes, so now it's wrapped inside a div, and I'm going to give this div a class. Let's call it OCL form wrapper. I'm going to give it some padding. Okay, and also some borders radius, and also some box shadow. So this is fine, and I think this is good. Alright, so, and I want to give it some maximum width to this div, and first let's set a width to 100 and set it maximum to, let's say, 720 pixels. Alright, that's fine. And as for our form, I'm going to just to change the input fonts. So let's change it to inherit, so it will have our font. And let's change also our submit button to something we want, primary color. And as for text, will be white. Hover will be it will be primary dark. And I want to change padding a little bit to space S, and this to space M. From to left to right will be space M as well. And as for typography, let's go with our text M. Color is white, it's fine. Wait, we have this is fine. And font weight 600. And let's add this letter spacing. Alright, so like this, I think our contact page is done. Let's have a look on mobile version. I see that our form is not 100% width, so let's set it right now. So let's check it out. Yes, so now it's perfect. And I believe that like this our contact page is done. Let's just save it and let's have a look on the front end. Yes, cool. Alright, and what we have left there, contact us. Then we have references. References, so we can just create a new page and display all the references. So for that, let's add a new page, and I'm going to use styling from a home page. So so first let's create our references, publish, and let's edit with Oxygen. And then let's have a look at our home page, which is here. Let's scroll down to our our feedback. I want to have the same styling, so I'm going to copy this styling, and let's go to edit this home page, and let's open it as well with Oxygen. So let's wait a little bit. Yes, so we are here. First, I'm going to start with the top part. So let's add a top bar. And also I want to use layout with a sidebar, so I'm going to add a section. And I believe the class was OCF page layout, right? So let's add our first div. Inside this div we will add our references, and in a second div I will add our page sidebar. So I'm going to use this usable part, and let's add it. See, so now we have our sidebar ready, and what is left is to add our references. So let's go to our home page, which is ready now. Let's scroll down to feedback, and what I want to grab, this this repeater. So I'm going to copy this repeater. Okay, copy, and I will go back and paste it inside this div. Okay, and now I don't need this fiber wrapper because I don't want a slider here, so let's remove that. Now let's check this class. I don't want to to mess with this class, because this class is the same class which is used here. So I will use something new. I will use OCL feedback, and let's call it archive. Okay, and I'm just going to copy from that old class to here, and I'm going to remove that like this, and now we are free, you know, to set our layout. I want to have a grid. Okay, so let's have a grid of 2 columns, and I want them to have the same height, so I'm going to stretch this. I'm going to have this option, and as for a gap, I want to have something like space L, or but maybe too much, space M, and yeah, I think that should be it. And let's check the query first. We have post type is feedback, which is fine. So basically this should be done. So let's check it out. Let's check it out. Okay, somehow our stretch is not working here. Let me check. So we have, oh, so it's working, but you know, our divs are not having, you know, 100% high. So we need to set, you know, this to high to 100%, I believe. Yes, and then it will be, so let's go back and let's select this cart content, but I don't so like this I can change its height and to 100%, and also I will do the changes to our homepage side as well, because I'm targeting, you know, the same class as it is here, but I believe the change will be very small. If I look at this home slider now, you see like nothing happened here. So like this it is fine, so I will keep these settings. And now if I look at our boxes again, they are having, you know, a same height, and like this we have our references page. And let's check, you know, the responsiveness, and this is fine, also fine. So let's just make this one column on smaller screens. All right, and that's it. Save that and check it again. Yes, this is good. I see that this div is not having, you know, 100% width, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let me see. Oh, so I think that I know why. Let's go back and let's just change it to 0, and let's go to mobile version, and this this should be, let's inspect that, this div, let's try to give this a width of 100%. Okay, not like not like this. Okay, so maybe it is happening because of this. So width 100% is fine. This is also fine. So I'm not sure what is wrong here. I think that I have found the issue. I think that it is because here we have set, you know, our span to our first div, and then we need to, you know, set it back to span 1. So that's why I think we need to click on this and set column span to 1. This is okay. And if I look now on the mobile, its width should be 100%. So let's have a look. Yes, now it is perfect, the way how we want it. Alright, so that's for our references. Let's go back to admin. I'm going to close my home page as well. What is left? References. Okay, apply forms. Okay, this page is not needed. I'm going to delete it. So now basically we need to create just an archive page for lessons and our lesson detail page. This is what we need to do now. So first I'm going to create a lesson detail page. Okay, for that I'm going to Oxygen template, and I am going to create a new template. Let's call it lesson single template. Let's select our header and footer template for it, and let's target our lessons. Okay, publish and go to Oxygen. So we are inside the editor, and I'm going to start with top bar as usual. So top bar section. Alright, and then I'm going to have a section, and I want this section to have the same layout as we have in pricing and the other pages. So it will be OCL page layout, this layout of 2 columns. Okay, so let's add our first div. This div will be our our lesson content, and the second div will be our sidebar. So, and for that I'm going to add this page sidebar. The good thing is that now you can go to reusable part, and you can like edit this part, and you can and you can add more more content, so something else than the lessons here, and like this the changes will go to all the pages with this component. So that's a good thing. For now, let's just save this, and let's how it looks like on the front end. Alright, so we have basics of check and this sidebar, but what I want is I want to display image here for our lesson, but I think we have set this to be a field from ACF, but lesson they have their images through the featured image. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to add this again, but now I'm going to this option to be able to edit this component. Okay, so now what I need to do, I need to select its ID to advanced background, and I need to select our data and featured image, and I want to select a large one, insert. Yes, so now we have an image of our lesson here. Alright, and also I want to add our taxonomies here under our heading. So for that I'm going to add margin bottom as, and we have somewhere a code for this, so I'm going to grab this code. Give me a second. So I have the code ready here, so I'm just going to paste it here under a heading. Alright, so as you can see, we have our categories here, but they are, they are under this overlay. So we need to also set its position to relative. Now it should be perfect. Yes. Okay. So that's for our categories. And also what I want to change here is, no, I think like this it's fine. So let's add our content first. Let's add our content, inner content, which is a content of this post. So but I'm sure that there should be some content, right? Let's select something else like Spanish literature. Okay, or Vietnamese. I believe that there should be some text, Yes, okay. Here in this lesson we have some text. Nice. So that's our content, and also I want to check our document to know what we missed. So I need to display our location. I need to display an apply form, and then I need to display our gallery and some feedback and our lectors to this lesson. So I'm going to start with lectors. Okay, so I am going to add them under this content. So let's add repeater. Oh, first let's give it some heading. So let's add heading and let's go with h2, and let's go with text L, OCL text L. Okay, so we have to create text L. All right, and I want to name it as lectors for this lesson. All right, and let's give it some margin top. Oh, this is bottom, not top. Top M. Okay, and also some margin bottom. S. This would be fine. So I want to query all the lectors who are connected to this lesson. So first we need to query. So let's go to advanced query. Okay, and let's select our post type, which is lectors. Let's check if this is a right one. Post type, yes. So this is the one. Now let's sort them out. Let's add a parameter, and I believe we need to select a post in. Let's add a value, and it should be inside. Give me a second. Yes, I think it is. You need to set that this post will be inside our article. And now let's see. It should be our custom field, and it should be our lesson lectors here. This field, I believe. And as for separator, I'm going with a comma, and I think this should be it. Right? Let's select our object ID. Okay, insert, and let's try. So apply a query. Yes, seems like it's working. Okay, so now let's give this some let's add some data. Okay, first I'm going to add an image of that author. Oh, sorry, of that lector. So let's add an image, and also let's try data. it should be image URL. So lecture image size will be, let's go with thumbnails, insert. Let's see. Yes, it looks like it is working, but somehow the first div is something wrong, but it's not that bad. Okay, so let's give it some width and height. I'm going to style this ID because we are inside the repeater, and I don't want to, you know, to reuse this like anywhere, so this is fine. Object fit cover, and I want to make it a circle, so let's go to border radius and let's change it to 50%. And yeah, I think this is our image, and next to it I want to have a name, so let's add a text and let's give it dynamic data, insert custom field, and it will be lector. Oh wait, it will be a title because we are like fetching now the lectors, right? So a title. Right, this is okay. So now what else? Let's give it some styling. I want it to be a flex, so let's go to middle. Let's give it some gap, OCL gap. All right, and the same for the repeater. I want to use this layout to middle, this to a left, and a gap. Let's go with something bigger. Alright, so let's check it out. I'm very curious about this. Let's see how it looks. So we have our categories, our content, and our lectors. This is huge. This is perfect. Okay, so this is for our lectors. So what else is left? Language. Okay, as for language, I think I'm going to display it here as well. So let's add a text. Okay, and this will be a white text. Okay, and this text needs a position relative as well. So let's add our OCL relative position, so it will be visible like this. And I want to have this language. Yes, language like this, and here goes our dynamic data. Okay, so let's just grab this dynamic data and insert advanced custom field, lesson language, and let's see, Vietnamese. Alright, this is good. So I'm going to give this some margin, bottom like this. Okay, and what is left? Language, lectors, location. So let's do the same. Let's duplicate this, and let's just change this to location. And as for this dynamic data, let's insert our new custom field for location, lesson location, which is here. Alright, and I want to wrap this text inside a div, and together with this text I want to put them inside that div and make them flex rows, and I want to give it some gap. Okay, like this. And also I want to flex wrap, so if we are on lower screen, it will wrap like automatically. Okay, if this text is too long. Okay, and location is done, content is done. About photo gallery. Okay, so I'm thinking where to add this gallery. Maybe up here we can add this gallery, and let's have a look at the OxyCollections if we have some gallery. I don't want to create a new one, so some galleries. Okay, so we have what we have here, this gallery. Okay, I think this is pretty good. We can use this, so let's copy this block, go back, and let's try and paste it here. Okay, so basically I'm going to just grab this gallery and I'm going to drag this gallery to our block here. Also, I think we will need this code, so I'm going to drag it here as well to our section here, to the gallery. And I think the rest I can just delete the rest, this content. Okay, so let's go to this gallery. What we need, I want to target the ACF field for this gallery, and this field is called lesson gallery. Okay, perfect. We have some images here. This is good start. Let's add this gallery, some margin bottom. All right. Oh, this is margin top. Sorry. Margin bottom. Let's save it and let's check it out. Yes, so now we have our gallery ready. If you will have more images inside this gallery, it will wrap it up, so and you will be able to open this by clicking on that like this. So this is for our gallery, but let's try and finish this up. Let's check it out. We have photo gallery, feedback. So the what is left is feedback and apply form. So let's go with feedback. Okay, I think we can go and use a custom sidebar here, so we can add a feedback to this sidebar. Okay, so I'm going to delete this reusable part and let's add it again. Page sidebar, but now I want it to be editable, and this sidebar must go here. Okay, now we have our repeater. Okay, that's fine. Inside this sidebar I want to add another heading, so let's just copy this one and paste it here like this. I want to add some margin top L. Let's create it, space L. Okay, and now I want to add some feedback here, and I think I can use a slider from homepage. So let's, or not, I think I can just use I don't need to use a slider, right? So I'm just going to add a repeater. So I'm going to homepage and I'm going to copy this repeater of for feedback, and I will go back and paste it here. Okay, let's see. So I want to remove this wiper wrapper because we don't need a slider. All right. and I'm going to keep, and I'm going to use our new class we have created for this feedback. It was, I think, OCL feedback archive. Oh, but not this one. So let's for now let's remove this one, and let's add a new one, OCL feedback sidebar. Okay, and I'm going to copy this to sidebar, and let's remove the archive, and let's just change, let's just change our layout. We have our grid, so I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to layout. I'm going to set this, and I'm going to add a gap, so like this. And one more thing, I want to display just three feedbacks at maximum. So let's go to our query, edit query. I want to add a parameter, post per page. I believe it is post, or here, post per page. I want to have 3, and also I want to add no found rows, so we won't have a pagination, so it should be a true. Okay, let's apply our query, and we will have just three feedbacks, or maybe I will go with just 2. 3 is too much, just 2. All right, so, and the last thing will be our apply form. So let's add it here. Let's copy this heading, and let's paste it and drag it under this repeater. I want to use a H3 for this, and I want to give it a bigger margin top. So let's remove this, OCL margin top L. Okay, apply for this lesson, and under this we will add our Fluentform. Let's select it, contact demo, and the settings will be the same. I'm going to just change the typography family for inputs to inherit, and I'm going to change button for submit. So it's here, submit button. Background will be primary, color will be white, hover will be primary dark, and we need to set padding as well, space S, and let's change the left to space M, the right to space M as well, and last, typography to text M, like this, and font weight to 6. Okay, so that's for our form, and I believe like this we are ready to go. Just save this and go to our page. Okay, so we have our form, our lectors, feedback. Wait, I need to change its I need to change heading. Okay, and gallery, our categories, language, location, and yeah. And now let's check our responsiveness, which also the width, the form should have 100 width as well, obviously. So let's give it this width, and let's save that, and now it should be fine. Yes. Okay, all right. So what I want to try now, I want to just check this this gallery if we have more images. So first I want to go up here. I'm going just to check the code, if there is some styling. Okay, so we have some overlay color here. Okay, so I think this is fine. This font size could be our fluid typography, right? So we can have text L, for example, and let's save that. And let's go back to admin. And I'm going to some lessons page. I'm going to close this editor as well. Let's open our Vietnamese 101. We have some text here. Okay, let's add more images here. Okay, we have this, that, update, and now I want to see how this gallery will look like. Okay, so yeah, so like this we have this wrap up, and if I click on this, we can slide from more images like this. But I'm not sure why we don't have the overlay here. If I check this here, it should be some overlay, but somehow there is not. So let me check it out. Let's go to inside the editor. So let's edit the template. So I'm inside the editor now, and let's have a look at our gallery, why it is not working. So let's check the code. So I can see that we have a setting for the overlay here, but it is not working. So it is for this class, and let's check the gallery. Alright, so we can see that it is targeting a class which is not this one. So let's just copy this class of the gallery and go to our code, and let's replace this with this one, and let's save it up. Maybe I'm going to set this black color to our primary. Let's save it. Let's see. So let's scroll down. Nothing. Yeah, because this lesson doesn't have that much images. But let's see. We have Vietnamese 101, and let's check this post. Vietnamese 101. All right. Yes, you can see that now the last image, the last image in this layout has this overlay with a number saying how many more images there are for you to see. So if you click on this, you can see more images like this. So yeah, that's it, and that's for our layout for our single template of a lesson. Now what is left is to create an archive page for our lessons. So for that we will need filters from Grid Builder, and to be specific, filter by language, category, location, and lector. So let's go back and let's go and create our filters first. So now go to Grid Builder, to facets, and let's add our first one. So let's create a facet. I'm going to call it location. Okay, and I want this to be a filter, and as a filter type I want it to be a drop down, and filter, so data source, it will be custom field. Okay, let's see, location. So we have this, yes, ACF lesson fields, lesson location. So let's select this option, and I am going to leave this as it is. Okay, let's save changes, and let's create a new one, a new facet. Let's create it. Now let's create it for language. Okay, and it will be the same. Also a drop down and custom field. Let's type lang here, ACF lesson fields lesson language. Save changes. Let's go back to facet and create a new one. Now we have location, we have language. Let's filter by a lector. And for that I want to use also a drop down, and this is, I believe, it's not a taxonomy, it's a custom field. Let's try lector. Okay, it should be here. Lesson lector. Okay, this one I believe. And now let's go and save this and create a new facet, last one, by category. So create a new one, category, and for this I want to have checkboxes. Okay, and taxonomy, we are going to use lesson categories. Show empty choices. I don't want to show empty choices. Choice count, I don't want to show choice count, so this is fine. Let's save it. Perfect. So now let's go and create our template for lesson archives. Go to Oxygen, templates. Let's create a new template. Call it lesson archive. Lessons archive. Let's go with header and footer template, and for the archive, first select all the taxonomies of lesson categories, and for the post type select our lessons here, and go and publish, and go to the Oxygen editor. So now I'm going to add a top bar but editable, so we can change title for it. I want to insert data, and we are targeting now an archive, so I want an archive title here. It's here. Okay, and what else? Then I want to add a new section, and I want to add a repeater for our lessons. So let's grab a repeater from our home page, and let's paste it here. Let's see. Okay, so first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to repeater. I'm going to set the query to default. Okay, and now let's just save this, and let's just have a look. Let's see on the front end. Alright, so I'm now in lessons, on the archive for lessons, and we have our lessons here, which is good. Now what I want to do, let's check this one. Let's click on for beginners, for example. Alright, so this is working fine. Let's go back, and now what I want to do, I want to select my filters. So I want this section, I want divide it into 2 columns. So let's use let's use the same column as we have in the page layout, so it's OCL page layout like this. And for this I'm going to change this layout to 2 columns, but don't forget this class is the same as we are using on homepage, so make sure to change it to something else. So I'm going to change it to, for example, OCL lessons archive container. Okay, and I'm going to copy the settings of this to this, and now I can do the changes freely. So let's change it to 2 columns. Okay, and on our third column, or no, on our second column here, I want to add a div. Actually, yes, div. And here I want to add our filters. We have here a section for grid builder. We can add a facet here, and let's try and add our first facet. I want to start with our let's try our category. Okay, and I want to target our this repeater, this oxygen repeater. All right, and let's try and apply our params. Not yes. Now we have our repeaters like this. Let's save it up and let's check it out. Okay, so let's try to use some filter. Yes, seems like it is working, but you can see that we have this issue with a code block, which is a problem with Oxygen 4 and Grid Builder, and I believe the fix is on the way. So for now, as I know that by today, I know that they will soon release an Oxygen 4.01 with this fix for this issue. So we have like 2 options. First one is like to remove the code block and wait for the fix, or we can convert this code block to a shortcode, and it will works very well. But for now I will just keep this code block for you. So after they release the fix, you don't need to make this again. So or maybe I can go and I can delete this code block, because if you want to, you can go to homepage and you can copy those categories from there to this archive. So for now I'm just going to remove that from here, and I'm going to refresh this page. Yes, so now it is fine. Yes, okay. Let's continue and add our next filter. So we have this facet. Let's add another one. And what we have here, we have I'm very curious about the filter by lector, because I'm not sure if this is going to work. So I'm going to select this one, and also I'm going to target our repeater. Let's try and apply params. Seems like it is not working, or it is working, right? Let me try and select this lector. Oh, so this is working. Man, this is like a new thing for me. Like I didn't even know that this filter is going to work, so this is huge. So cool. Let's bring it back. This is good. So let's continue. I want to add them some heading, so let's add heading, and let's go with H4 tag, and as for a size I will go with OCL text M. Okay, filter by category, and let's go to add margin bottom S. This facet will have margin bottom L, okay, and same here as well, and same here, margin bottom L. So filter by Lectors, okay, and I'm going to add another filter here and another facet. Let's just duplicate it, and let's go and select our, for example, language. This will stay. Let's apply filter by language here, and last will be, man, this is filter by location. Let's here. Okay, so for language I'm going to select yes, this is fine. For location, let's select location, this is fine. And so we have our filters ready, and what we can do more, maybe I can change the text color to primary to make it, yes, this is better, primary, and this as well. Let's save that, and let's go to the front end. Okay, so we have our filters like this. We can filter our lessons. Okay, so I'm not going to go deeper into those filter. I think those stylings are pretty good for me, but if you want to go more, you can filter them later. You can style them later. So you have like the option here inside the editor. And now let's focus on make it responsive. Let's check it out here. Alright, this is good. I want to make a bigger gap here, okay, between rows, and I know that this class is the same as class for the other pages where we don't have this gap. So maybe we can add this gap here. So space L, XL is good. So space XL is good. Let's check this. Alright, so I think like this our archive page is done. Let's save it, and let's go to front end. Alright, so filters, let's check it out. Yes, this is good. And also now what is left is to make a dynamic menu here from our pages. So I'm going to appearance, to menus, and I'm going to create a new menu. So let's add our pages. Home, about, careers, contact us, homepage, pricing, references. Let's add them all inside the menu. About us, career, like this. Pricing will be under about us. Wait, this is not. Here is our homepage. References, contact us. Alright, so also I want to add a category, let's say I want to add a custom link for our lesson. So as for the URLs, I'm going to use this lessons, and I'm going to name it like this. Alright, save. let's check it out. Okay, first we need to set also our home page. So I am going to set our home page here to a static page as a home page, save changes, and let's go back. So now it should be this home page with our pages. Alright, let's check our lesson. Yes, perfect. Let's check some lessons. Yes, this is working fine. Lectors, cool. What about this? Yes, this is perfect. Oh, so we have some issue here. Let's check it out. What is going on? So we have what we have here. So is it because of our stretch here? Maybe. Yeah, so if I remove this stretch option, so let's do this right away. Let's go to archive. Alright, but the other pages should be fine, right? Okay, yes, this is okay. Pricing, perfect. References, yes. Contact us, yes. So I think we are at the end, and let's check the mobile version. Let's check off canvas. Cool. Or maybe we should, remove the link from this from this link. So if you click on this, you will have like just a drop down. But now if I click on this, it will take me to the About Us page, and this is not what I wanted. So so a solution would be just to go to appearance, to menus, to go to About Us, and instead of this, go to custom link, create a hash link, and about, for example, here, and put it under this, and this, like this, it will work as well. So if I go back, yes, like this, it should work. And if I check drop down now, yes, like this. Alright, so that's all what I want to do here, right? Let's check, yes, the archive page. We have set this to grid layout stretch. Okay, so let's take this away and let's check it out. Yes, it's much better. Alright, you may have noticed that if I go to some page, I have some flash of unstyled content. It's because of our off canvas, and to fix that, it's very simple. You just need to go to our header, and let's go to our header and footer template, and just grab all the stylings, all the code, all the CSS code, and put it into a global style sheet, and it will be fine. And you should do the same for the rest, like for all the styling you are doing inside a code block. You should put it inside a global style sheet. So like this, you can prevent this flash, because like this our style sheet is going to load before the content. Okay, so let's try it. We have our I think it's block settings, CSS. Okay, so let's just copy off this code and remove it. And let's go to style sheets, global, and let's just paste it here. Okay, let's save it and go back to our website. Now see that we don't have like any flash anymore, right? So yeah, so like this we have solved our issue, and that's it. I think we are at the end, and I'm glad that I was able to finish this project. And let me see how much time it did take. So it's like 6 hours. So but I'm glad that we were able to like cover all of our pages and all what we need to do here. So let's see. Yes, so custom post type, global, creating pages and setting filter. All right, and you know, like this I can send a link to my client for them to check, you know, our website, our new design, and we can just wait for them, you know, to approve this design. And once they will like approve this, we can go and change our content to theirs, or we can like provide, you know, an access for them to go and change content by themselves. Yeah, and that's it. Okay, so that's it. Thank you for watching, and if you like it, please give me a like. Make sure to follow my channel, so next time when I do something similar, you will get a notification. And I would love to, you know, I would love to create more similar content, more like real projects from real world. So I would like to share, you know, my process of building those projects. So yeah, make sure to follow my channel and stay tuned for other content. See you. Peace.